Good morning. Opa. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Please take your seats. I guess people are still coming. There was, of course, some disruption from the strike. I'm Kostas Tsimonis, and I'm leading the China program of IDIS. And I'm particularly happy that today we have three panels, actually two panels and one keynote speech dedicated to China and the many interesting challenges that relations with China actually present. Now, we should start right away. So I'm going to pass the floor to the chair of the first panel with the title China and Regional Security in Europe and the Mediterranean. Tassos Panoutsopulos, postdoctoral researcher at the IDIS China program. So Tassos, the floor is yours.
Kalimera. Good morning to everybody and welcome. First of all, many thanks to IDIS for organizing this panel, to Mrs. Inofentouli and Konstantinos Tsimonis. Today we are talking about China and regional security in Europe and the Mediterranean. We have two presenters. Øystein Tunso is a professor and head of the Security in Asia program at the Norwegian Institute for Defense Studies at the Norwegian Defense University College. Øystein is author of The Return of Bipolarity in World Politics, China, the United States, and Geostructural Realism by Columbia University Press in 2018, Security and Profits in China's Energy Policy, Hedging Against Risk, Columbia University Press 2013, and US-Taiwan Policy, Constructing the Triangle, Routledge 2008. Øystein has published several journal articles and co-edited 4 volumes. He holds a PhD in International Relations from the University of Wales, Aberystwyth, and a Master's from the London School of Economics. Øystein has been a visiting Fulbright scholar at Harvard and MIT. Christos Kourtelis is Assistant Professor in European Public Policy at the Department of International European and Area Studies at Pantheon University. Before moving to Pantheon, Christos worked as a lecturer of international relations in the UK, Turkey, and the Netherlands. His work focuses on the European neighborhood policy and EU external relations. His research interests cover Euro-Mediterranean relations and EU development assistance. His research is published in international peer-reviewed journals of EU studies and international relations. Øystein, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Tassos, and let me thank the organizers for bringing me to this wonderful city, especially to Kostas and to Maria for organizing everything. It's a great pleasure for me to be here. My presentation has 4 main arguments. The first is that we now have entered this new bipolar international system, a new superpower rivalry between the United States and China. And these arguments differ from many arguments we hear about multipolarity and, for instance, the BRICS and so forth. But my argument is that the United States and China are in a league of their own. They are much more powerful than any other states in the world today. The second argument is that this new bipolar system is geopolitically concentrated on East Asia and not on Europe. So we have a geopolitical shift to Asia, and we also have a shift from having the rivalry and the two superpowers located on land, as it was in Europe during the Cold War, and now they are confronting each other at sea. And this has implications for arms raising, and it has implications for the risk of war, which I argue are higher between the United States and China than it was between the United States and the Soviet Union. And thirdly, I make the argument that we are not entering a new Cold War. The Cold War characterized the superpower rivalry in the 20th century. The 21st century has new characteristics, and I call this conflictual coexistence. So China and the United States, they coexist geopolitically in the maritime sphere of East Asia. They coexist technologically, economically, and this is very different and has very different implications than the previous superpower rivalry. And fourth, these developments have major implications for Europe. And Europe is not affected by this superpower rivalry to the same extent as it was during the Cold War. Basically, because China is much further away from Europe than the Soviet Union. This means that Europe has a different room for maneuver. It can, for instance, hedge its bets by cooperating with China in certain areas and relying on an alliance with the United States as well. And this is a different possibility for European states to both cooperate with China and the United States simultaneously, despite a superpower rivalry. So I'll just point out some of, you can't see this in the back, but this was mentioned also in the presentation yesterday by Konstantin Arvanitopoulos. There is one thing that Republicans and Democrats in the US are agreeing upon, and that is that China is the main challenge. And if you go back and you look at the National Defense Strategy from October 2022, this is explicitly stated in the priorities for the Pentagon. So China is the only peer competitor. And instead of focusing on Europe, despite this strategy being published 6 months after the outbreak of the war in Ukraine and Russia's invasion, the Pentagon is explicitly saying that they will prioritize China over Russia. And this theme was also a major theme in the National Security Strategy, published just a couple of weeks before the National Defense Strategy. And this is something that has been a main theme since the Obama's pivot to Asia and the first Trump administration and then this Biden administration. And I think this is going to be the theme also for the Trump administration, the priority of China as the only pacing challenge, as the Pentagon call it. And the reason is very simple. As I said to begin with, the United States and China are in a league of their own. And if I asked everyone here, do you know how much bigger China's GDP is compared to Russia? Very few would know from my experience. Actually, China now has about 9 times larger GDP than Russia. The gap is almost the same as between the country I come from, Norway, and Germany. Nobody in Europe thinks about Norway as a pole in this international system in Europe. So this gap is just enormous, and it is growing. And same, the kind of rise that China has had over the last 30 years is unprecedented. So China goes from having 1% of the world economy early in the 1990s to having about 18% today. The US economy was 15 times larger than the Chinese economy in the early 1990s. Today, China has about 70% of the US economy. So we've never seen anything like this in peacetime. One state becomes relatively so much more powerful compared to all others. And of course, we don't have time to go into all the military developments. Remember, China is already a dominating land power in Asia. It's been a dominating land power since the Korean War. But we could also look at China's arsenal of missiles. They have the largest arsenal of hypersonic, ballistic, cruise missiles. They have enormous cyber and space capabilities. But since the United States and China are confronting each other at sea, China's naval buildup is very interesting. And if you look at the numbers here, China has by far the biggest navy in the world. They have almost 100 ships more than the United States. And this gap is also increasing. And it is very difficult for the United States to compete because China's shipbuilding capacity is 230 times larger than the United States. So what this tells us, this is what's driving the chip war. This is what's driving sanctions on semiconductor industry. Because the only way the United States can compete with China is through having more technologically advanced weapon platforms. Because if the United States had to compete in quantity, it would be impossible. And China is also concentrating its navy in East Asia, while the United States has global commitments. And this makes it even more difficult to compete in East Asia. And let me just throw out very briefly the argument for geopolitical differences. During the Cold War, the United States and the Soviet Union confronted each other on land in Europe. The problem for the United States was that they were conventionally inferior militarily on the ground in Europe. The answer was nuclear weapons. Massive retaliation, mutually assured destruction. And this created the East-West divide in Europe, which lasted for 40 years. So if you cross that border between East and West Germany, you risk a third world war with nuclear weapons. This stimulated an enormous arms race, but it also provided for stability in Europe. In East Asia, the geopolitical situation is very different, fundamentally different. None of US allies are bordering China, and there is water between the US and China. This means that the US today is conventionally militarily superior to China. It feels confident that it can defend its allies, whether it's South Korea, Japan, the Philippines, or Australia, because the Chinese has to cross water to invade at least 3 of these allies, and there is a buffer in North Korea. So this creates a different dynamic where you don't see the same arms raising, because the Americans are not as afraid of invasion as they were in Europe. But it also increases, I will argue, the risk of war, because the United States is not relying on nuclear weapons to the same extent as it did in Europe. So when Biden has said for 4 times that the US will defend Taiwan, he doesn't say the US will defend Taiwan with nuclear weapons. That sounds good. It might, prevent a third world war with nuclear weapons, but I argue that could increase a conventional war at sea. So there are many places where this can, this instability can escalate, whether it's in the Senkakus on the East China Sea, or over Taiwan, or in the South China Sea. And the real issue for us in Europe, where we also need this, was said yesterday, a new division of labor in the transatlantic relationship, is that if there is a war in East Asia, and I don't think it's going to happen next year, I think we're looking maybe 5, 10, 15 years down the road, then in Europe, we have to be prepared for the situation that the Russians might use a war in East Asia to launch another war in Europe. And if that happens, we cannot rely much on the Americans. And if we are going to deter Russia in, let's say, 10 years, we have to start increasing our military capacity in Europe right now, because it will take 10 years to develop those capabilities. But we're not yet there. What we are seeing right now, because of a new superpower rivalry, is a shift from the post-Cold War era to a new era. It's characterized by this re-globalization, home-shoring, friend-shoring, reshoring. It's no longer the belief in market mechanisms. Security becomes much more important. Interdependence is not a good thing. It's a risk. We have to do more of de-risking, not being too dependent on China. So this is very much going on right now, and we are seeing this in all types of area. And this is not just Trump. This is Biden policy of the last 4 years. More tariffs, stronger sanctions, more protectionism, more subsidies. And I don't think Trump is going to reverse this trend. We're going to see more of this. And of course, the Chinese are doing very similar things when it comes to cohesive diplomacy, when it comes to sanctions, when it comes to protectionism, subsidies. So the belief in market mechanisms is fading away. And of course, from the situation we are today, there are many, many issues that can increase sanctions, tariffs, and and of course, China-Russia relations is one of the issues that we should be looking into. So far, Russia has not provided lethal aid to, no, China has not provided lethal aid to Russia. But if this would happen, of course, there will be pressure for more sanctions. The situation around Taiwan can escalate, not necessarily to a war, but larger military exercises, type of blockade of Taiwan, which again can lead to more sanctions. There are, of course, ongoing disputes between China and the Philippines in the South China Sea. This can lead to more sanctions. China's support for Iran can lead to more sanctions. So there are many risks that can sort of increase the tension we already have been seeing. Let me just end by pointing to this China-Russia partnership. I think we underestimated the strength of this partnership prior to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So when Putin went to Beijing on the 4th of February, he basically got an endorsement for this invasion. Of course, he didn't present this as this major war that it turned out. It was a special military operation. But nonetheless, China, before the war in Ukraine, supported Russia's demands for a new security architecture in Europe. And then as the war started, Russia it didn't go as planned, so to say. And they increasingly were pushed back by sanctions and weapon aids to Ukraine. And then China gradually stepped in to increase its support for Russia. And that has been quite decisive for Russia's war in Ukraine. And finally, I think the big question here is where China will position itself when we will see some form of peace negotiations next year. China could continue its support of Russia, but it could also move in a different direction, where it tries to reach out to European countries and distance itself from Russia in order to enhance its relationship with European countries and undermine transatlantic relations. And finally, I'm just going to make this brief, but the Arctic is, in my view, you see this everywhere. Newsweek recently had stories about this. I think this is a hype. If you look at any areas, whether it's energy, whether it's shipping, whether it's military, whether it's even research, China has a very, very limited presence in the Arctic. This is nothing compared to what the Chinese are doing in the Mediterranean, for instance. If you look at Chinese investments in Piraeus, in Trieste, in France, elsewhere in Spain, you don't see anything of this in the Arctic. You don't see any military presence of China in the Arctic. So next time you hear about China in the Arctic, have a more nuanced view and take a look at what's actually going on in the Arctic. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Øystein. This was fascinating, and I'm sure we'll have many questions. Now let's move to the Mediterranean. Christian, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tassos. I'd like to thank also EDIS and the China program for giving me some space to do some research on the Chinese foreign policy towards the Mediterranean, especially towards the Arab Mediterranean countries, as my expertise is on the Euro-Mediterranean relations. For some time, I was thinking of what China does in this region. Thank God this came, to give me some, space, as I said, to do some research in this field. The focus of my presentation will be on a comparison between the European Union and China in the Arab Mediterranean region, as I said, in the MENA, as we call it, as both actors have increased their presence, their footprint in the last years. For the European Union, the Mediterranean region, the South Mediterranean region, is a neighboring area. And in the last 3 decades, we have witnessed a steady increase of the European Union's presence and efforts to shape its South neighborhood's setting. Key milestones in these efforts are the Euro-Mediterranean Partnership, which was initiated in 1995, the European Neighbourhood Policy in 2004, and the Union for the Mediterranean in 2008. But despite these efforts, the EU's efforts to shape its neighborhood and to provide stability and security, the Arab Spring displayed very serious risks for the EU foreign policy. And actually, the focus of my presentation or the analytical framework I will use is this idea of risk governance. Right, as both the European Union and China act as risk-averse powers or actors in the region. So the Arab Spring posed very serious risks for the EU foreign policy. These risks are political, economic, security risks. These were mentioned by both the European Commission and the European External Action Service. And actually, although risk is addressed in the related literature of Euro-Mediterranean relations, this is done in very abstract terms. Right? The focus so far of the relevant literature is either on the suboptimal outcomes of the European Union acting as a normative power, or the confusion that all these institutional settings that I just talked about, the ENP, the Union for the Mediterranean, the Euro-Mediterranean Partnership, create for the Arab partners. So risk is addressed in more abstract terms and very indirectly. At the same time, the studies, at least the studies that I have seen while I was doing this research about China, focus on different dimensions of the Chinese foreign policy. China's presence at the same period has increased in the region. Right? It has started to attract some attention. But the attention of the relevant scholarship is on two dimensions of the Chinese foreign policy. The first one is related to more or less what Oysten has discussed, all right, the security, all right, gap that China seeks to fill in the area, especially after the disengagement of the United States, the gradual disengagement. And the second dimension of the Chinese foreign policy in the region is related to BRI. Okay, the Belt and Road Initiative and the role that the region can play in the construction of this strategy. So how do I explain risk? How do I understand risk? And how do I use the risk governance framework for comparing the role of these two actors? In international relations, the concept of risk involves the consequences, right, of an event or an activity in relation to something actors consider as important, right? Although the concept overlaps with the idea of uncertainty, the two terms are not the same, at least in my study. Risk is a tangible entity, which can be quantified, it can be measured. How is this done? Usually it's done by studying repetitive causalities. And in this respect, risk can be managed and assessed by international actors. While risk is connected to an a priori statistical estimation of a situation, uncertainty is related to a vague estimation of a situation. So as a result of this, uncertainty often is considered as a phenomenon that goes beyond rational observation and calculation, something that we need to avoid. And that, therefore, international actors try to conduct bilateral or multilateral agreements in order to reduce this degree of uncertainty. Although the European Union and China have different procedures in managing risks and reducing uncertainties, both actors, right, share some basic components in their risk-avert strategies. The first component, right, is factual, meaning that both actors, at least in my opinion, act rationally and proceed by estimating the positive and the negative consequences of their strategies. The second dimension is socio-cultural. Right. This dimension has two legs. Besides the factual assessment of risks, the social cultural dimension has an external element, meaning that both actors try to understand and consider contextual factors. Meaning that they try to see the interplay between local actors, the structure of governance in these countries, the local economy, political life. And there is another internal or domestic side of this social cultural dimension, which is related to the interplay and the values within these actors, within China and within the European Union. Often this is overlooked, but it is, in my opinion, very important in order to understand the risk governance structure of both the European Union and China. So in order to proceed now with the categories of risks, I decided to focus on two important types of risks, the political / security side. And the second is the area of sustainable development. But before I proceed to that, I tried to employ another term that has started to gain some traction in international relations after the Cold War. This is the term hedging. So hedging refers to risk mitigation. Right. It is a term that is borrowed in international relations from international finance, I think. So the idea is that risk mitigation occurs through spreading investments to counter opposing developments. All right. So, for example, an investor invests in gold at the same time in stocks or in bonds in order to spread the risks. In international relations, this term has gained more traction after the Cold War. And it typically denotes a state's approach towards another state involving a mixture of both cooperative and confrontational elements for national security or alignment purposes. It is used more often nowadays because it is a bit more flexible than the terms that realists use, like bandwagoning or balancing. All right, it can capture more important nuances, at least for some parts, for some analysts of international relations. And the term is used in different ways depending on the cases. So risk mitigation in the case of both China and the EU have a very strong hedging element, in my opinion. At least this is the understanding I've got about the Mediterranean region. So let's move on now to the different categories I said. Okay, the first is the political element, and here I found out that both actors have completely different ideas about the structure of the political systems and what is beneficial for them. Both actors, I think, are wrong, by the way. All right. The risk assessment that they do is very much depends very much on this socio-cultural understanding, especially how things run in the EU or in China, and they neglect how the long-term aspects of their strategy. So, what happens? What is the main feature of the political structure in the Mediterranean countries? These are very centralized systems. They have very centralized systems of governance. These come from the colonial period, and even the new independent states actually sometimes move like a pendulum from decentralization to more centralized strategies. Usually they dress this up with a rhetoric of modernization in order to persuade the local societies that they do the right thing. If you see the centralization of the MENA compared to other regions of the world, you will realize and you will find out that the MENA is at the bottom of these rankings, right? So, how does the EU manage to address this risk? Okay, for the European Union, the very centralized systems pose different risks. This gained more importance, especially after the Arab Spring. The Arab Spring was a critical point in the understanding of the European Union about the political life in the Mediterranean countries, the people of these societies through the revolts, the dignity revolution in Tunisia, etc., demanded, more decentralized systems of governance in order to improve their position in the decision-making process through the operation of civil society organizations, something that Dimitris Triantafylou has mentioned yesterday, right? How important civil society is or should be in the decision-making process, if I understand you right, Dimitris, right? So the European Union actually supported these efforts through different schemes. Right. What is the understanding of the European Union? The understanding of the European Union is that these decentralization efforts will reduce the risk of multiple risks, actually. Security risks, for example, people will have more say, so they will not join extremist or terrorist organizations. So the whole region will be more secure. The European Union as well. There will be more economic development. All right, and definitely the gatekeepers, centralized political authorities, have to take into account their people. They will be more accountable, they will be more transparent, etc., etc. All right, so the European Union has dedicated a lot of money, programs that were run at the beginning of the Arab Spring. Some of them continue to run until today. And the results were very modest. The results were very modest. The problem with the European Union understanding of risks is that the European Union doesn't understand that the decentralization efforts of the Mediterranean countries do not mean necessarily decentralization as we understand it. In a recent paper that I wrote for democratization about corruption in the Arab Mediterranean countries and the efforts of the European Union to address it, I, with my co-author Asem Dantasli from Maastricht University, we separated decentralization from deconcentration. Deconcentration means that these authorities manage to move some administrative tasks that were under the centralized governments to the decentralized authorities, but without transferring financial responsibilities and power. So they keep the power of the purse. All right. What does this do, actually, in practice, is to add more chains, corrupted chains, in this long chain of the decision-making process. So it makes actually things worse in some cases. Now, what is the understanding of China regarding this issue of decentralization or centralized governments? China doesn't have a vested interest in promoting decentralization of governance in the Arab Mediterranean countries. Instead, it tends to support more centralized, stable governments in its foreign relations, especially in regions of strategic interest in the Arab Mediterranean. In the last years, actually, China has put considerable effort to increase the bilateral ties of the country with countries like Egypt, Algeria, Morocco, who have very centralized forms of governance. What are the risks of decentralization for China? The risks for the Chinese administration are related to three things. Right, contrary to the EU norms for the promotion of decentralization, these risks are related, firstly, all right, to decentralized reforms that can weaken the central governments of the Arab Mediterranean countries, and therefore these reforms can introduce more political fragmentation. This political fragmentation will threaten the investments that China does in the region. All right, so this is not something that China would like to see. The second thing, all right, for the Chinese authorities is that the decentralization can lead also to additional layers of bureaucracy, which means that the Chinese investments can be delayed. All right, there will be this additional red tape that is not good for the Chinese foreign direct investments in these countries. And third, decentralization or the maintenance of centralized forms of governance for the Chinese administration, in my opinion, is also a hedging strategy, as I said, okay, I mentioned it at the beginning of my presentation, is a hedging strategy against the Western-led decentralization reforms. All right. In the area of sustainable development, the risk implications and the understanding of risk is different for the two actors again. All right. After the Arab Spring, I remember I was doing my PhD at that time, so I was very much surprised to see that at the beginning of the Arab Spring, I must say that the European Union member states were very confused. They didn't have a plan how to address the crisis. The first European Council in February of 2011, a couple of months after Bouazizi put himself in fire, basically had as a conclusion that the European Union should continue to conduct its Euro-Mediterranean relations according to the association agreements that were signed before the Arab Spring. The European Commission played an entrepreneurial role there in order to understand and to map the risks that were related to the Arab Spring. All right. And it found a window of opportunity to increase its power in an area which actually member states dominate. I'm talking about the area of foreign policy. Now, what the European Commission has done, the European Commission regarding sustainable development has said the following. It said, look, in order to address the various risks, the European Union has to change its narrative. And that is why terms like inclusive growth and deep democracy have appeared after 2011. What do we mean by inclusive growth, or what does the EU mean by inclusive growth? By inclusive growth, the European Union means that the development assistance that goes to the Arab Mediterranean countries should focus more, should be directed to small and medium enterprises or small farmers. 40% of the workers in Egypt, for example, or in the Arab Mediterranean, in the North African countries, work in agriculture or related activities. So this is a very big source of employment. It is very important to address the rural threats. All right, so it is important to help the small farmers because until 2011, the EU aid was going to big exporters of farming, of food products, meaning that the European Union indirectly was encouraging a dual market. Big farmers were gaining a lot of money from exporting to the EU, but small farmers were basically subsistence farmers. They barely survived, so some of them were very much inclined to follow the rhetoric of more extremist organizations, etc., etc. So what was the assessment, the risk assessment of the European Union? The risk assessment of the European Union was that small and medium enterprises, all right, face several obstacles. They do not have access to financial or non-financial services. They struggle to grow up, to innovate, to produce innovative products, etc., etc. So the direction, as I said, of the EU development assistance started to change. Again, the results were very modest. I was involved in a program. It is called the European Neighbourhood Program for Agriculture and Rural Development, which has become a component of the Euro-Mediterranean relations. The idea, again, you can see here the socio-cultural element of risk, of the understanding of risk in the Mediterranean. I have a yellow card now, that's all right. So, yeah, the whole point was that the European Union should encourage the involvement of local actors, civil society actors, local communities, for example, boroughs or mayors and small farmers. And look what I found, and usually the best things you find when you talk to people over lunch like we do here. In the Arab Mediterranean countries, I found someone from Lebanon, all right, and he told me, Chris, I am very much interested in NPART. It's a lot of money that the European Union gives to small farmers. I am the mayor of a pilot area that attracts these funds, right? I said, all right, this is very cool. And he told me that at the same time, Dimitri, he was the leader of an NGO the same guy, the mayor, was also a leader of an NGO, which was supposed to be, the counterpart which checks the local authorities. At the same time, this man was also a small farmer. So guess where the money goes? I suppose this is self-evident, right? So instead of promoting sustainable development, such practices, the lack of monitoring, all right, actually increases, corruption and all the risks that the European Union is supposed to address. The Chinese approach is different. The risks to sustainable development for China are of three sorts. The first is regional instability. All right. The second is the ability of these countries to repay their financial obligations. And the third is the influence of Islamist extremist groups on the population, the Muslim population that is in China, especially in the area of Xinjiang. Okay. So how does China tries to address these risks? What China does is is the policy of non-interference. Although China, because now the region becomes more important, has tried to resolve the Gaza war, not successfully, but it had proposed a plan. All right, so this is about addressing the problem of regional instability. The other issue is related to infrastructure projects. They are supposed to provide employment for the youth, for the local people. China has become very important in the region. In Egypt alone, all right, a Chinese company has built a major industrial park. The new capital, the new administrative, it doesn't have a name, it's a town, it's a city actually. The new administrative capital in Egypt, 40 kilometers from Cairo, is built mainly by Chinese companies. The central, we may see more cooperation, and we see that. But the vision of the Europhiles who want to see the European Union becoming more autonomous, I think, is wishful thinking. There are two questions that are very important regarding the security dimension of the European defense. The first question is related to the relationship between the European Union and NATO. There are two different views about this within the European Union. This has gone now from the front page to the last page in the notebook of policymakers due to the war in Ukraine, but it is still a very important question. And this is something that most of us know. The other thing that is not discussed often is related to the political economy of the defense industry. The defense industry in Europe is divided in two categories. We have the research-intensive defense industry. Most industries are national. All right, I'm talking the defense industry that can produce weapons of very, very high technology. And there is a different category of defense industries which are not advanced. Right, and this is the Greek defense industry, which needs a lot of money to modernize. In the discussions within the European Union about the future of the defense industry, there was a compromise, and this compromise doesn't actually advance the strategic autonomy because the countries that do not have advanced industries want just returns. And I leave something here because I have exceeded my time, and thank you very much for the tolerance and the time that you gave. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your great presentation, Christo. Let's turn to the audience. Please introduce yourself, and we can take 2 or 3 questions. And
Hi, thank you. My name is Albert Vidal, and I'm a research analyst at the International Institute for Strategic Studies. My question is for Øystein. So you mentioned China, Europe, Russia. What do you make of European deployments in East Asia, in the Indo-Pacific? The Germans recently, I think, transited the Strait of Taiwan. My personal view is that these resources would be of much better use in Europe. It's an expensive deployment, but it's also symbolically powerful. So how do you see that?
let's take a couple more questions. And
Thank you. I have a question for Austin. I'm Cyril Poulopoulos from the Great Britain China Center. I think you mentioned something about the fact that China could go another way and wouldn't need to be married forever to Russia. I just wanted to know on which basis you can say that. Where are the sources for this assumption? Thank you.
Can you just repeat that? The question?
At some time you said that China could go another way and they didn't need to stick with this alliance with Russia. And I was wondering on which basis you come up with that and which sources, please.
Let's take one more question.
Yeah, Ilya Urbani. So I was wondering about the Arctic Circle not being important. I'm wondering if you're referring to military assets, because my impression is quite the opposite when it comes to the merchant fleet and the capable seaworthy vessels able to circumvent, to follow the Northern Passage.
Thank you very much. We have 5 minutes for all 3 questions.
So I'll take them in reverse order. So, I mean, if you look at the statistic for the Northern Sea routes, there is basically none ships going from China to Europe who's doing the transit. There is increased activity between Russian ports, but not much Chinese shipping is going through the Northern Sea route. And many people, the first conference I organized in Beijing in 2010, Chinese shipping companies were there, Chinese energy companies were there. They were talking about all these opportunities in the Arctic. And now it's gone 15 years and nothing has happened. And I don't think this commercial route is especially viable. We see now that the Suez Canal is closed down because of the Houthis' attacks in the Red Sea. What are the shipping companies doing? They're not good. They're going around Africa. They're not going in the Northern Sea routes. So there are many reasons why this is not commercially viable, but the most important thing is punctuality. So far, this Northern Sea route cannot provide the ship owners punctuality, meaning that you can exactly determine when you arrive with a ship from Guangdong or Shanghai to Hamburg port. Because there are floating ice, you're relying on Russian icebreakers, there is higher insurance premium, you need different ships with a different hull, a double hull. So all of this makes it unlikely that this will become a very important shipping route. When it comes to blockade, it just doesn't make sense. It will be very easy to blockade any ships going from Europe to China through the Bering Strait. So if you talk about problems going through the first island chain for Chinese ships, if there is a US blockade, it doesn't solve anything. So you need the land corridor if you're going to take advantage of Russia, and that's what China is doing and not a shipping route. When it comes to the sources for US-China-Russia relations, of course, it's very hard to know, but we know that they have supported Russia strongly in this war in Ukraine. And my speculation is basically that China might take a different route once there is negotiations over a peace agreement in Ukraine, where China has an opportunity to not throw Russia under the bus, but step away a little bit from Russia in order to accommodate European preferences. And that can be beneficial to China's strategic interests because that can enhance China's relationship again with Europe, which has been undermined during the war in Ukraine. And it can also benefit China in creating difficulties in the transatlantic relationship. So there is no evidence, but this is an obvious, realist way of enhancing your interests. But it's really hard to move away completely from Russia. I don't think they will do that. They will try to do both. They will try to position themselves a little bit more favorable towards the Europeans in those negotiations. And the third point about the deployment, Norway is deploying a frigate next year to the Indo-Pacific, and the Germans have been there, the Dutch has been there, the Danes have been there. I think this is important in signaling to China that a small country like Norway, it's very important for us that the law of the sea is respected. UNCLOS, all our revenues, whether it's from petroleum or fishing, is from the sea. So it's very important that big countries don't just, undermine the law of the sea like China is doing actually in the South China Sea right now. So we're sending a signal. Of course, the Chinese will not pay much attention to this. And it's the same with Taiwan. We're sending a signal that great powers, superpowers cannot just use military force to get it their own way. For a small country, this is important to uphold the UN Charter. So that is a signal from a small country in Europe by deploying a frigate. Then we have interest in deploying with the British. We are part of a British carrier group, and we gain a lot of experience from doing that. We're going to participate in Talisman Sabre, which is a major military exercise organized by the United States and Australia. We will gain a lot of experience from that. We will then not just deploy a frigate, we'll deploy special forces and our fighting jets F-35s all the way from Norway to Australia. So that is a major deployment. We will gain experience from that. And then, of course, we're sending a signal to our most important ally, the United States, that we also try to contribute in announcing America's interest in the Asia-Pacific. And finally, we are sending a signal, which is very important, I think, to our Asian partners, Australia, Japan, South Korea. If we try to diversify away from China in the years ahead, we should look to countries like South Korea, Japan, Australia, because they are major economies. They have major technologies that we can collaborate on. And when you look at minerals and resources, it's very important. But the most important thing is that the ships comes home, because we need them more in Europe.
So thank you very much, Øystein. Thank you, Christos, and all of you for coming. The keynote speech by Heini Kokas will follow on data trafficking and strategic strong points, protecting Greece's digital sovereignty in global trade. Thank you.
So we have a very tight schedule as the subway shuts down at 5 o'clock. So we'll try to make sure that we leave by that time. Now, it is with great pleasure that we're having with us today Professor Anne Kokas as the keynote speaker for the This China program section of the Athens Security Forum. Anne Kokas is the CKEN professor at the Miller Center and the professor of media studies at the University of Virginia. Professor Kokas' research examines Sino-US media and technology relations. Her book, Trafficking Data, How China is Winning the Battle for Digital Sovereignty by Oxford University Press, argues that exploitative Silicon Valley data governance practices actually help China to build infrastructures for global control. Her award-winning first book, Hollywood Made in China, by the University of California Press, argued that Chinese investments and regulations have transformed the US commercial media industry, most prominently in the case of media conglomerates' leverage of global commercial brands. Professor Kokas is also a non-resident fellow, scholar at Rice University's Baker Institute of Public Policy, a life member of the Council of Foreign Relations, and a fellow in the National Committee on United States-China's Relations Public Intellectuals Program. She has received many fellowships, including from the Library of Congress, the Social Science Research Council, Japan's ABE Fellowship, and other international organizations and prestigious awards. So Professor Koka's keynote speech is titled Data Trafficking and Strategic Strong Points, Protecting Greece's Digital Sovereignty in Global Trade. Now, without further delay, Professor Kokas, thank you for being here, and the podium is yours.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Kalimera sas, yasas. It's an honor and a privilege to be here. Thank you so much, Professor Tsimonis. So one thing that Professor Tsimonis did not include in my bio, which I'm very honored and privileged to share, is that I'm a proud Greek American with two grandparents who actually served in the Greek army. So it's a great honor to be here to speak with all of you and to have this chance to speak in this hallowed location. So thank you so much for having me, and thank you for hosting me. So as I talk about this, hopefully this is clear that as we're talking about US-China relations and the pivot away from Europe by the United States, the pivot toward the Indo-Pacific, at least in my work, I have a very vested personal interest in seeing the relationship between US-China relations and transatlantic relations. And so I think it's very important to think about these things, not necessarily as separate entities, but as all part of the same world. And in my world, in my research, the type of work that we do looking at global data gathering, there aren't really borders. There are actually very expansive digital governance frameworks that increasingly we see China developing, and that don't just impact the United States or Japan or Greece or the European Union, but actually have a very significant global impact. So one of the key things that I want to argue, and this is a little bit of self-criticism as an American looking at some of these issues. So when we think about Silicon Valley gathering user data, and this is an area of tension in the transatlantic relationship, we see that global data gathering by tech firms has enabled a system where it's very easy for users to be exploited, for data to be gathered in very surprising ways that create really interesting security dilemmas. And now what we see is that a system that was pioneered by Silicon Valley that allows for data gathering in both commercial and military applications has created a dynamic that China is building upon, where Chinese firms use the same exploitative techniques that Silicon Valley firms use to gather large amounts of user data, both surreptitiously and non-surreptitiously. But then in a Chinese context, we see an environment where there's a key concept called civil-military fusion, where Chinese government entities, such as the Cyberspace Administration of China or China's National Genomic Database, can actually pressure Chinese firms to share large amounts of their user data in order to be able to integrate that data, developing new key technologies. Now, this has both economic implications and security implications in terms of economic competitiveness and China's ability to target misinformation and disinformation, which leads to social destabilization in all of our countries. And as we've talked about, this relationship between China and Russia has created a rather tense environment in Europe, where this pressure, the mis and disinformation campaigns that we see in a Russian context are being mimicked often by Chinese actors as well. So the type of data that I talk about here is user data. So a lot of you, I see some of you are on your phones. So you're currently generating, and this isn't to call anyone out, but you're currently generating user data for the companies that you are on using your phone. We have corporate data, so the type of data that companies gather about how their users operate, but also how their systems function. And then we have government data, which relies on that user data, that corporate data, and also how government systems function, so how military systems function. Now, a very big keyword these days is AI. So one of the things I want to highlight here is that I will be talking about data, all of this user data that's generated by our private use, corporate use, government use, allows for the development of new AI systems. So when we talk about data gathering and data integration, it's really a key source of development for large language models and other AI tools. I'm happy to talk about that further in the Q&A. So something else that I think is really important to talk about here is when we think about the quote unquote China threat, it's important to talk about very specific things. So as within a European context, there's the importance of actually maintaining trade with China in order for a lot of key areas. So one of the things that I think is really important to focus on is what are the areas of potential risk. So in the context of Greece, for example, there's a huge economic and trade benefit to continuing to partner with China in COSCO in the port of Piraeus. At the same time, the type of, for example, and we'll have a great presentation in the next panel, the type of logistics data, for example, that trade generates can create some strategic risks. Similarly, the cranes that operate in ports also gather user data. So being able to very finely pinpoint the type of user data that companies are able to gather in our countries is an important way to help manage that strategic risk. So while in no way am I advising total decoupling, I don't think it's practical. And also, as many people have pointed out, it can potentially lead to more likelihood of a hot war. It is very important for countries to be able to track investments, to be able to track data gathering in order to protect their digital sovereignty, in order to protect national borders from digital incursions. So when I talk about data trafficking, this is gathering of user data shared with foreign governments without complete knowledge or consent. And so so it's not just data gathering. It's not legal data gathering that follows national laws or EU laws on data governance. It's when that data is being gathered without user knowledge or consent. And one of the big challenges here is that while the EU is really, as an American, I admire the amount of data protections that EU citizens have. It's with the Data Act and the AI Act. At the same time, because of the pace of technological development, it's very difficult to keep full track of the type of data gathering that's happening in most industrial applications. When we think about this idea of trafficking, I talk about a couple of different frameworks for it in the book. One is this idea of drug trafficking. So if any of you have been addicted to your phones or addicted to devices, I don't know if that's happened, if anyone has had, we talk about this language of addiction, of detoxification, because part of the reason that a lot of these industries are so successful is because they cultivate a type of dependence that we don't really know how to operate anymore without data gathering at scale. And this creates a very interesting strategic dependence on different types of apps. So for example, we'll be talking about logic and logistics software in the next panel. So thinking about how that data gathering forms a type of dependence that leads to strategic risks. We also think about this idea of sharing a lot of personal data. So the human aspect of data trafficking, or this idea of data traffic, that the more data that's generated leads to more rich platforms that are able to be more effective. The other key point here that I really want to emphasize is this idea of data integration and mosaic theory. So in a lot of these discussions that I have with people about user data, one of the things they say is, doesn't matter. I'm not that interesting. Nobody cares about me. But the thing that's important to remember is that these aren't individual questions. The part that's most interesting is how your user data and your user data and your user data and port data and logistics data and military data all work together to be able to create a picture of how a society functions, its weak points, its pain points, and ways to be able to target that to create potential vulnerabilities. And this is important to note, not just within a Chinese context, but also within a Russian context. The key difference is there's a much more robust digital trade with China. This is also important when we think about network effects. So network effects are this idea that we have, the more people, the more ships, the more entities that deploy a specific app, the more important and the more significant it becomes. So while in a lot of conversations I've had here in Greece, people have said, you know, this doesn't really matter because our trade with China at this point is quite limited. It's actually very important to look at this now. Because as an American, I know what this looks like in the future, where there are clear security risks that are propagating everywhere throughout our digital ecosystem. But because of the use of network effects, and because of dependence on apps and platforms, some of you may have heard of our TikTok ban, the famous TikTok ban that happened, and it's unclear if it will move forward because there's so much economic dependence on the app. When these things are already part of the digital ecosystem, it's much more difficult to roll it back than to be able to make decisions before they become essential. Now, let's get into the really interesting part. This is China's claims to digital sovereignty. So we've been talking about maritime sovereignty, so UNCLOS and freedom of navigation. We've been talking about the Mediterranean Sea. We've been talking about land borders. One thing that I find fascinating about China's vision of digital sovereignty is that it is not connected to China's land borders. So when we think about the sovereignty of apps and platforms and data, in a European context, there's this idea that European data is protected within Europe and for European citizens abroad. In a Chinese context, Chinese firms extend that sovereignty oversight to include Chinese companies that are operating outside of China. So for example, any data that is gathered by Costco or by Lodgink, or I'll talk about a couple of other examples that are operating here in Greece, any data that's gathered by those firms through national security data audits propagated by the 2021 data security law, the Chinese government has the legal right to pressure those firms to share their data through national security data audits. So despite what European laws may exist, if those firms are based in China, they are subject to Chinese laws, and their existence depends on their ability to operate within China. So even as Europe is developing robust new laws that protect the data of citizens and the data of corporations, those laws must compete with Chinese domestic laws for which those firms are directly dependent on their very continued existence. So this is important to consider whenever interacting with Chinese firms that are gathering user data in Greece. There are other key provisions which I think are important to note. The national security data law is the one that I want to make sure that everyone has in their minds. But we also have, for example, the cybersecurity law, which requires all data generated by critical infrastructure to be stored within China. So any Greek companies that are operating in China have to store their data on Chinese-owned servers, which are subject to those same pressures for data sharing. This is one of my favorites. I don't know if anyone has done any online education. I know that there are now Chinese schools or Chinese students who are studying at University of Athens. There's increased real estate purchases here and people are learning Greek. And so for the online internet or the online internet governance provisions, anything said in those classes, if there's an online class that's being taught to students in China, anything said in those classes is subject to Chinese national security laws. So if I was a Greek professor teaching an online class in Greek to Greek students or to students in China, and for example, I mentioned something that violated a very oblique definition of national security within a Chinese context, I could be subject, despite teaching in Greece, to Chinese civil and criminal penalties without any statute of limitations. So let's say that I was doing this here in 2024 and went in 2026 or 27, and there was a desire to, to send a message that's fully legal. So it really extends far beyond the national borders. Other areas of interest, if you're interested in AI, that I'll just mention, there's the provisions on the administration of the deep synthesis of internet information services, which are very robust regulations on AI, and also the national security implications of that, as well as the draft AI law. I'm happy to talk about specifics of these if anyone wants to get into greater detail. But one of the key things to note is that we see a lot of very forward thinking about how to use digital resources and how to use data that are coming out of the Chinese legal frameworks. Now, one thing that I think is also really interesting here, as we're talking about the relationship between the United States, between the transatlantic relationship and the relationship between Europe and China, is that there are also a lot of similarities between how the Chinese government is framing digital oversight and how Europe is framing digital oversight. And so this, I think, is an area of potential tension. Actually, to be fair, it's probably an area of existing tension, but an area of potential growth in tension between in the transatlantic relationship vis-a-vis the Europe-China relationship. So to the point that was being made in the previous panel, because Europe and China have more similar views on consumer protection than Europe and the United States do, that's an area where it's possible for the Chinese government to make diplomatic inroads within a European context. But something that I want to really underscore here is that while there are much more similar approaches to consumer data protection from corporations between Europe and China than between Europe and the United States, it's still categorically different because of Chinese government access to user data. So when thinking about relations with China and Europe, it's important to continuously ask those questions whenever this discussion about the similarities between Europe and China in data protection emerge. What type of government access is there beyond that consumer protection? Because this is while I think as someone who studies digital sovereignty, I would much prefer as an American citizen to have better data protections as a consumer. And I, again, really feel quite jealous of everyone in this room who can, go online and have better protections than me. I think it's also really important to continue having those very robust debates with China, assuming a greater rapprochement following that's been anticipated in previous panels. And so as we see in the EU, there are these efforts to mitigate data trafficking, to mitigate data sharing across borders. But as I noted earlier, Chinese laws make it very difficult to enforce those issues. So we see challenges with supply chain management, with product development, and dual use. So we'll have in the next panel a lot of discussions about dual use technologies and their supply chain. So I don't want to get into that too much. But one thing that's really important to think about is how that type of trade and how that type of data gathering is not just associated with existing laws that are on the books, but a more expansive vision of what data gathering means from a Chinese perspective. And unfortunately, what we see is that this trade with China helps to amplify a sort of illiberal bent in a lot of the tech sector. So I don't know if any of you have tried to do interviews with colleagues in the tech sector about how and where they gather their user data or where their capital comes from. I know we'll be talking a lot about capital growth in the next panel and corrosive capital in the next panel, so I don't want to get into that too much. But this trade dependence is a part of how we can think about dependence and growth within a digital sovereignty framework. So we also see, so when we're thinking about these questions of data trafficking, what are some key risks? So we see that there's the potential with Chinese data gathering outcompeting EU products because of subsidized data gathering in the Chinese market. The risk for DDoS attacks or distributed denial of service attacks using Chinese devices that are operating at scale in a European context. Also just devices not working, not updating properly, creating challenges and issues with respect to functionality. So the more dependence one has on technological platforms, especially at scale, the more vulnerable a society is. Access to networks and devices through Wi-Fi enabled products, and the increased datafication of products that are not yet available through the EU. So this is I was coming to Greece and I was quite interested to see what products are available. I play a game with my friends. So I used to do research on Hollywood, and let me tell you, everybody much preferred when I was a Hollywood researcher, because now I'm like, what devices do you have in your house and how dangerous are they? And it's like it's a little bit less successful of a game, but here is an example from Greece. So I don't know if any of you know this famous American brand, General Electric. So not an American brand, actually. It's a Chinese brand. And it's famously purchased by the company Haier. And I went to the Haier headquarters when I was doing some field work in China, and they're an appliance company. And so sometimes when you go to China to do research, you get taken on these trips places. And maybe you don't necessarily want to go on the trip. And this time I didn't really want to go to an appliance firm. I kind of wanted to, I was in Qingdao, this city by the sea. I wanted to go to the sea and have a beer. And they were like, we're taking you to an appliance company. And I was like, okay, well, this might not be as fun as I think it will be. But it was fascinating because when I was on this tour of Haier, they noted that they had purchased General Electric, and not just had they purchased General Electric, but they were turning General Electric into a data company. So General Electric was no longer an appliance company in their mind. General Electric was an American branded data company that Haier was planning to expand globally around the world. And if you note here, you'll see we have this little cell phone here to proudly announce that this Haier device is network enabled. So to be able to operate your air conditioning, you have to be able to download a Haier app onto your phone, which then gathers data on your phone, about your home, about your energy usage. And the mechanisms for consent are very unclear in these contexts, right? And this is just a quick Greek appliance example. We look, and there are other examples that you may be interested in from, for example, the home security camera industry. There's a company called Eufy that is EUFY that's heavily involved in the Greek home security landscape that also follows similar protocols, and I'd be happy to talk about it in greater depth. And I talk about them in my book as well. So the other thing that's important to understand here is that China thinks about a lot of these issues in different ways than many of us do. So there's a concept called 战略支点, and this builds on this idea of So for some of you who work in a naval context, you may have heard of the idea of choke points or strategic choke points. So this is the Chinese version of choke points, thinking about points of weakness or points of control. And so we can think about digital control, digital oversight as a strategic choke point, as a point that allows for the disruption of activity. And this can happen through the disruption of digital platforms in a social context. It can also happen through the disruption, for example, of port activity. So when we're thinking about these strategic choke points, it's anything that can potentially disrupt how a society functions. And it's a key part of Chinese strategic thinking that is at the core of a lot of decision-making around the acquisition of digital resources, as well as around the acquisition of port resources. So this is something that I wanted to be sure to share when thinking about the growth of China's investments in Greece. And I know that we'll be talking about some of those more in detail about port resources in the next panel, so I won't go into that in such great depth here. But what we can think about is that there's, in a context of strategic choke points, any point where there's a monetary incentive to comply with Chinese demands, where there's a financial benefit or a financial penalty to not listen to Chinese government recommendations. We see where Chinese operations benefit shareholders and benefit the government either militarily or financially. We see the economic benefit for the host country, which competes with strategic risk because of state ownership by the Chinese government. And as in the case of Europe, we see strategic strong points like ports present a dual use opportunity. In a case like Greece, it's particularly interesting when we look at the geographic proximity of the port of Piraeus and Salamis, and the potential for interaction between those two sites. I would also note, and I know that we'll be talking about this in the next panel, a lot of our Chinese interlocutors talk about the shared ancient civilizations of China and Greece. This was actually, when I went to China, this was one of the first conversations that I would have with cab drivers. I would share that I was Greek American, and they would say, you're also from an ancient civilization. And I always felt very good about that and very proud. And one thing that, when I was talking, I had a professor who studied ancient Greece, and he read a lot of the ancient Greek texts and knew about a lot of the battles, and also knew about the Battle of Salamis, and would tell me about it. And so there's a sort of awareness of the strategic importance of these points that comes from deep learning and understanding of Greece's role historically and politically. Oh, sorry about this. I'm not sure what happened here, but we can see that this follows a pattern of surveillance capitalism, or the expansive use of capital and digital platforms to surveil users through their digital devices. Now, I would be remiss if I didn't talk about the ways in which the US also made European data vulnerable and how this interacts with US-China relations. So one of the big challenges that Europe faces within a US context is that any data that's being gathered or stored or used in a US context can then also be sold by companies, and they often sell it at the highest bidder. It's legal within a US context for companies to gather user data and then sell it to whomever they choose to sell it to. And because of the power of the US tech sector, sometimes those entities through different means can sell their user data to China. There are a variety of different mechanisms now. The Biden administration recently released an executive order to try to prevent such data sales, but we'll see what happens with the coming administration, whether or not those data broker protections remain, or if they become weaker. But this is something that, for anyone interested in user data and the protection of European user data, I think is important to know about. But ultimately, the key point that I want to make here is that the US-China tech relationship US corporate data exploitation, as well as Chinese corporate and government exploitation, make European data less stable. And so when thinking about data protection, when thinking about national sovereignty, first of all, it's important to consider the digital sovereignty of the nation. So how does a country protect its own citizens' data? How does it protect its corporations? How does it protect its ability to function in an increasingly digital world that relies on platforms to be able to do both basic things like use your air conditioning and more complicated things like ship into major ports? Now, obviously, this is a challenging issue to prevent. So this is part of the reason why I'm here, because I'm, giving my spiel about the importance of awareness of data trafficking, of user data that's being generated by individuals. But really, these solutions need to be policy-driven and driven at scale. I can't necessarily tell individuals, oh, use fewer apps, maybe try to be more careful with which apps you use, maybe don't let your kids, take pictures of themselves when they're 5 years old and put it up online. That's not great, but you probably already knew that. But this is really an issue that policymakers need to address, because any of these data gathering problems need to be addressed at scale with cooperation between the military, civil society, and corporations. So I'm grateful to all of you for giving me this opportunity to talk about some of these issues in this illustrious forum and with all of you here. So one of the ways that I like to think about this issue is through a climate change lens, because in many ways it's very similar to climate change in that it's a problem that, first of all, requires collective solutions, that is very expensive to resolve, and is something that, frankly, is quite inconvenient to address in many ways. Because consumers don't want to give up their devices. They don't want to have less functionality because, and I'm just as guilty of this. Like I can't remember which app I downloaded the other day, but it was like something I knew I didn't need, but I needed to get something done very quickly. And I was like, fine. So, but ultimately it shouldn't be consumers that need to make that decision at the point of sale, but rather governments that assess what type of data consumers are sharing and what type of data companies can gather. So ultimately, in a climate change context, and one of the things I argue in my book is that we can use, the only way to address this is through incremental solutions, incremental efforts to educate populations, to reduce the type of data that can be gathered, to be more selective about which companies can operate and how they can operate. But unfortunately, and this is the kind of sad end of the story, in many ways, the train has left the station. There aren't a lot of, it's not possible to make a completely secure data environment at this stage. But the best we can hope for, as in the case of climate, is mitigation and awareness. So I'd like to thank you all for your time and attention. If you're interested, here's more about my book. This is where you can find there little additional information about the book and about the project. And some of the things I talk about are social media, so TikTok, Grindr, gaming. So if there are any Fortnite fans here, any Fortnite people, I've got a lot of information about Fortnite. So that's quite a crazy one. Health data, so blood tests, COVID tests, any kind of consumer testing data that's sent to China. And then consumer products. So I talked a little bit about air conditioning, security cameras, but you can think about toys, any devices that you may use that are app enabled are important to kind of pay attention within this context. So I want to thank you all for your time, for your attention, and I cannot wait to hear your questions because I know that a lot of people have thought about these issues deeply, so I'm eager to be able to engage. Thank you so much.
So we have 20 minutes for the question, so we'll use the chair's privilege in asking the first one. We have members from the armed forces here. So I would like a question related to national defense. Now, what are the specific national security risks or challenges that rise from the fact that we have a major port here in Athens, the port of Piraeus, where there is a lot of data gathering, of course, going on by Chinese actors, Chinese software. Could we see a scenario where, let's say, we are trying to import certain weapon systems in Greece, and the data around this, for instance, I have been reading that Greece is trying to build its own Iron Dome to protect itself from drones. And by the way, drone technology, Turkey has a very advanced kind of program of drone technology. So is there a risk that with data gathering taking place, that actually China could sell that data to, let's say, the Turkish intelligence? What kind of challenges and risks do you see there from our exposure, from the exposure of our national defense to China?
Thank you. Thank you for that extremely important question. So there are a lot of types of data that can be gathered at a port. There's what comes in and out of the port. There's how it goes in and out of the port. So through logistics systems. One of the things that we've been talking about is cranes and crane sensing material, ships that also have sensors. And when we think about any devices that are operating within a port context, especially any unmanned devices, any autonomous devices, those devices, and this is as a media studies scholar, I find it fascinating, but those devices also need to be able to gather video. They need to be able to gather sound in order to be able to function, sensing in terms of distance. So it allows for understanding scope, scale, visuals of key areas in a way that is not possible through other mechanisms. So for example, probably if a Turkish security agent would want to go to the port of Piraeus and just walk around and look at things, and it wouldn't go over extremely well. I don't know. I mean, I don't know for sure, but that would be my guess. But a Chinese device that's operating as part of a normal trade route would be very welcome and in fact very necessary. And so there is definitely a risk of selling data. To be perfectly frank, there's also a risk not even of selling data, but of just giving data to create destabilization in an environment where destabilization of the Eastern Mediterranean may benefit China. And there are a variety of different scenarios where that may happen. But one of the things that I think is important to note in a Chinese context is that there's a lot of interest in maintaining stability for China, and not a lot of interest in the part of China apart from in the Taiwan or South China Sea case in terms of bellicose rhetoric. But there are benefits to China to have some minor destabilization in other parts of the world that may draw attention away from Chinese activities.
Thank you very much. So yes, I can see hands. All right, we'll take two groups of 3 questions each.
Okay, terrific.
So starting from this table. Professor Tredafil.
Yes, Dimitris Tredafil from Pantheon University and EDIS. Listening to you and talking about digital sovereignty and trafficking data, and then also to the previous panel where our Norwegian speaker gave another dimension about China. And I'm sure we'll hear much more also in the next panel. And, there's growing awareness, even in Greece now, about what China is, China's potential. My feeling is it's like we are sleepwalking into something. And I wonder what that is and how that can be countered, because you ended your talk also by saying that, it's very difficult to sort of limit all of this, right? This trafficking of data and so on. So, if it's difficult in what you follow and study, if it's difficult in the defense sector, if it's difficult, so it's like a growing feeling of dread. And I wonder what your thoughts are about on this.
Yes, thanks very much, Anne, for your comprehensive overview of data trafficking. I'm Clement Tonchi from the Institute of International Economic Relations, and I'll have the pleasure of sitting on the next panel with you. Two brief questions. First of all, I'm taking note of your point that China's digital sovereignty now extends to Chinese companies operating overseas under Chinese law. I wonder whether this actually is an allusion to the TikTok dispute in the United States. And I wonder whether you have a view on the possible outcome of the legal battle which is now going on in the United States. The second question, you rightly mentioned the port of Piraeus, and then you linked it up to Salamis next door, which is indeed the headquarters of the Greek Navy. I wonder whether you are kind of hinting at possible listening devices, eavesdropping, that kind of thing, because that may indeed be a concern in terms of data leakage. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Sachiko Kita from the Japanese Embassy, and thank you very much for your interesting presentation. And so from now on, I will be extremely careful for what I'm going to but as you clearly mentioned, that this caused us a very dilemma. We need this technology for not only Japan, not only Europe, but for the whole humanity. We need advanced technology, and free data is really something probably which can upgrade the level of civilization to the next stage. So I'm wondering, so that's why, Elon Musk and the Chinese government are doing very competitive things. So, put it simply, my question is, do you see any direction of compromise, maybe Chinese government or Chinese government and maybe someone like Elon Musk, who are believing in the new technology, is to upgrade our technology to the next level. Because we have to be extremely careful for the risks, but we need this technology. So if you see it.
Okay. All right. So in my, I'll take the questions in order. I believe that we started with this feeling of dread. So actually, Professor, I would be very interested at, this honored professor also lived in China in the 1970s, and so I would be very interested in your perspective on this as well, on this feeling of a difference in the relationship with China. I know since I've been going to China which started in 1999, there's been a categorical change in terms of the level of optimism in the relationship between the U.S. and China. And so my hope is that even with peer competition, it's possible to manage the relationship, manage the relationships with transparent data governance, with transparent and forceful yet not force-driven freedom of navigation. So these lower level, not hot war efforts to help to create a stable world. And one of the things that I appreciate about a lot of Chinese scholars and about Chinese leaders is there's apart from Taiwan and the South China Sea, there's actually a very strong interest in maintaining large-scale global stability. And so my hope is that persists over time, and that kind of attitude persists even with increasingly bellicose rhetoric in the U.S. context, frankly. I don't know, though. And after after COVID, I am hesitant to make any predictions, but I would say that it's definitely a less optimistic feeling than it may have been in the 90s or in the 2000s. And it's a challenging moment, but it's also perhaps a less optimistic moment in the whole world, fortunately. With respect to the TikTok dispute in the U.S. and the legal battle, I don't know if President-elect Trump interacted and had some meetings with the TikTok CEO and noted publicly that he would take care of the issue for him. I don't know what that means, and we do still have a court system that would be checking this. So a lot will depend on how the court battle plays out. I will say that the early hearings didn't look particularly promising for TikTok, but they continue to grow and continue to become a more important part of the US digital ecosystem. And we're also a central feature in the US presidential campaign. So both Trump and Biden used TikTok as a campaign tool, or Trump, Biden, and Harris used TikTok as a campaign tool. So there's also a practical matter of what it would mean to ban or divest. The Chinese government has made clear that any divestment of TikTok's algorithm would be a national security violation in China. So any plans to, for example, spin the app off into an American version are fanciful, given the Chinese context that the app still operates in, which I think underscores national security concerns that the app presents. With respect to the digital relationship between Salamis and Pirea, I would actually be very interested. I don't want to make the people in this room are much more knowledgeable about potential risks in that context. I just wanted to raise that as an area of concern that I observed, and would love to hear perspectives from the people in this room about those potential risks and what they could look like. But things that came to mind in addition to sensing capabilities were, for example, the movement of contractors, the movement of repair people between the two different sites. So what the level of security clearance was, what the level of financial vulnerability was for the people who were working between those sites. If there's a lot of movement between those sites, those were things that I was thinking about and wondering about, and would love to have more detailed conversations about. And then how do we balance the need for these new technologies with questions of data gathering? And one thing that I appreciated so I was an Abe Fellow in Japan, and which was a wonderful experience. One thing I appreciated about the Japanese context was this idea of data free flow with trust. So the fact that data free flow is necessary for global trade, but at the same time also requires trusted partners that share data in a transparent way and gather data in a transparent way. So I noted that Japan and France, for example, have a data adequacy agreement that structures how data can be gathered and shared across those borders. I think more of that would be beneficial. But yes, there is a limitation on the type of explosive digital growth that can happen when companies have limitations on the type of data that they can gather. And so that's really an interesting judgment call that we're in the process of making right now. Because, for example, I don't know if any of you have Twitter or X accounts, but the terms of service just changed. So any data that you have on the app, and then for anything that you've written now can be used without your permission to generate new AI tools by the app. And that's totally legal in a US context. It's not, and I'm sure that they'll be able to generate a lot of really interesting tools from that. But where is the protection of individuals? What does that mean for competition? Those are all, I think, important questions to address. And it shows really the vulnerability of individual users and of data of platforms when there aren't national laws or global agreements in place, because essentially there was a decision by the company to change their term of service, and that's, unilaterally change the landscape for users. So thank you so much.
Good, let's have a second round of questions. Please keep your questions as short as possible, right? So we'll have time for answers. Yes.
Thank you. I did have a comment and I'll follow it on with a question. So it's easy to get data also from remote locations like a satellite or remote earthquake sensing devices. For instance, big trading houses have tried to assess the level of heat in the Chinese economy by monitoring the tremors coming out of trucks from mines. And they have seen a difference in the frequency between loaded and unloaded trucks. So, I mean, there's a lot of information out there. You can get it many different ways. Maybe one way of not worrying so much about data protection is to increase the openness of data. It's a bit counterintuitive. It's one of the ways people have tried to tackle the criminality around drug trafficking, could apply to data trafficking as well. The question is, when it comes to enforcing beyond national lines, but with information that has been gathered. In the past, there was a lot of hype about foreign-based police stations that addressed immigrants of particular country. Is this still a hot topic, or has this been taken care of and been replaced merely by monitoring without interference? Thank you.
The lady at the back.
Hello, my name is Christina Dascaroli, and I'm a postgraduate student of international relations in the University of Piraeus. I'm really glad that I had the chance to listen to your points about data trafficking, and I would like to ask you, do you think the data war would be possible committed by China against the EU? And if so, do you think that it would be a new form of Chinese colonization? Thank you.
Gentlemen, uniform.
Good morning. Thank you so much for your wonderful speech. I'm Captain Papadopoulos Fotios from the Ministry of Defense. My question is, because you implied it a little bit, how this cooperation between US and EU could act as a bond between the two parties in order to retain this important transatlantic bond and connection. This is my question.
Well, thank you for these terrific questions. I feel I will be very efficient because I want to make sure to address all of them in the remaining time we have. So I think that the port question and how to navigate port data and how to most efficiently manage it can be actually a very productive area of discussion between the US and EU, because I know in our next panel, so I want to hype up the coming attractions here as a media scholar, but we'll be talking about the challenges that US ports also face in terms of data gathering and Chinese ownership, even though they may be less explicit than we may see in a Greek context. They still very much exist and have a lot of these same tensions regarding the importance of trade with China, and the vulnerabilities that creates from a strategic standpoint. So I would say that this could actually be a very productive area of discussion and kind of candid chances for opportunity to share information. So with respect to the sort of data colonization, I think that's Nick Caldry wrote a really great book that talks about data colonization, and I think there is definitely a risk that we can see, particularly with data gathering in strategic strong points, as the Chinese government notes, because those are areas that have dual use functionality and can create important risks for societies. And part of the important thing to note here is that the Chinese government is already viewing those sites in military terms. With respect to data gathering beyond national borders, one thing that I think I could have been clearer on is that it's not just pressuring Chinese firms operating outside of China, but it's also pressuring foreign firms that have large Chinese operations. So we can also think about firms like Apple and Tesla that are heavily dependent on Chinese market access, but also subject to Chinese data laws in ways that create vulnerabilities, frankly, in a US context as well as other global contexts. And we don't have time to get into those details, but they're important, and I talk about them further in the book. This question of foreign police stations and foreign surveillance systems, I believe that we may be talking about that a bit in the next panel, but there's definitely substantial work to export Chinese surveillance and Chinese surveillance equipment. And one of the things that's important to note here is we can think about foreign police stations. I haven't actually done a lot of work on that, but Sheena Greetens, and I'm happy to share her name, and Suzanne Scoggins have both done a lot of work on policing outside of China. So they're great people to refer to. But one thing that I do work on with respect to smart cities, and I talk about that in the book, is there's a kind of dual use aspect to a smart city. So on one hand, smart city equipment is great for helping to manage traffic, flooding, fires, crime. So there are a lot of advantages, and China is developing smart city systems to help manage these things. However, smart city systems also are subject to these same data privacy regulations and are ways to gather surveillance data on the cities where they operate. So that's a form of external data gathering and surveillance that is growing, and we see an increasing use of Chinese smart city technologies outside of China. And then with respect to this increasing openness of data, sunlight as a way to kind of cure all that ails us. It's it comes from a Greek myth, so an important reference. But one of the challenges is that we will, at least in my analytical view, the likelihood that that level of openness ever occurs in a Chinese context is like less than, I can't give a percentage, but it's very, very low. So more openness in user data from the US and Europe with a closed system in China, unfortunately, I would love that idea, but I think it's strategically a challenging one to implement given the actors involved. So I will leave it at that, but these have been terrific questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and we'll have some. We'll go for a break for 10 minutes for a quick coffee, and then we will reconvene. And we have a wonderful panel chaired by Professor Kokas, and with distinguished speakers that will actually go even deeper into all these issues that we discussed. So thank you, Professor Kokas.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. It is a pleasure to be back with you to continue our rich conversation on issues of technology, security, and risk in Sino-Greek relations. Today, we have a panel of renowned experts in this field, people that I've learned huge amounts from, and I'm extremely grateful to be here moderating this panel. Many thanks to the EDIS China program and to the Athens Security Forum for having me here and for having these terrific panelists. It's been an incredibly rich few days. So without further ado, we have three terrific speakers today. Clark Bannock, Program Director, Aletheia Research Institution and Teaching Professor, Canisius University. Ilya Rubanis, Senior Research Fellow, EDIS. Plamen Tonchev, Head of Asia Unit, Institute of International Economic Relations. So what we'll do is we'll have short presentations by each of the panelists with a maximum of 10 minutes. And then from there, we'll open up the panel to question and answer. And we're really excited to continue this robust discussion. So I'll lead things off with Dr. Bannock. And if we could have the slides for Dr. Bannock.
Slides.
Yes, the slides. So as a media studies professor, we always say that, we study tech, and the tech is always the moment, the challenge that we face. But
actually, while they bring up the slides, I can maybe save a few slides because I was going to do a brief introduction to how we work with the data. So there's a lot of discussion on trade. And what I wanted to do just briefly was explain HS codes. So essentially, we generally think about trade in large numbers between countries, but each of those large blocks of trade, those large numbers of trade, are made up of individual items in the hundreds, actually. Thousands of unique items have their own codes. And as they are shipped between countries, those codes identify exactly what's contained in the containers. And in order to do the analysis that I did, I looked at each one of these line items of trade and not trade as a whole block. So I think that's helpful to know. And then the other data that we used in this study was we're looking at critical infrastructure junctures and commercial activities by international firms and investments in those. So we have a detailed database of investments in critical infrastructure by foreign firms, and we have a detailed database of exactly what trade is happening between Greece and China. And the other important thing I wanted to share is the idea of a trade dependency. So that word gets thrown around a lot, and of course you are dependent on a country who has a large trade flow with yours, but there's an actual really unique way to identify a trade dependency. And there's three measures. One is how concentrated the industry is in your trade partner. So essentially, could you get this thing from another place in the world if you wanted to? And then the other two measures are exactly how much of this thing are you importing? And then from how much you're importing, how much of that comes from a single location? And then the last measure is of all your trade, how much does this one line item make up? And so what happens is if a line item of trade is above a certain threshold, then you say there's a dependency. It's a real dependency, as in if your trading partner at one point decided to not want to trade with you anymore, obtaining that would become very difficult. And so thinking about these things in advance before I show you a bunch of graphs is really important. So the first thing to think about is we're looking at actual unique line items of trade. And when I'm talking about trade dependencies, I'm using a real economic term that is identified by three different indices. I'm going to talk about the large volumes of traded goods between Greece and China, but mostly I'm going to focus on the penetration of foreign firms and critical infrastructure and on these unique line items that Greece has a unique dependency on China for. If we don't have slides, then I'm just, well, I can just plug my computer in. Just go for it. Okay. So unfortunately, you'll have to find the pretty pictures on the website after we're done. So the first slide that I'm looking at that I'm going to share with you is that right now, well, between 2006 and 2024, you see infrastructure investment by 15 countries and 9 different sectors. Ooh, okay. One moment. I need an internet connection to pull it into your stick. Sorry. That's just good. Yeah. Okay. I'm just going to do it. So right now in Greece, there are 15 countries that invested in critical infrastructure. The 3 largest are Germany, China, and Italy, actually. And there's a big difference, though, in that relationship, which is that if you look at trade dependency between China and Germany, China and France, or China and Italy. Oh, I need an internet connection to drop it onto your stick. I need an internet connection to put it on your stick. Oh, can you? It's. We could do is Ilya could go, and then I could solve the image issue. Okay, I'm going to do that.
We'll make a slight adjustment to the panel, to the structure, and we'll be moving from Dr. Banik to Ilya Rubanis. Thank you for your flexibility as we manage technology here. But Mr. Rubanis, would you be able to begin? Thank you so much.
Right. So I'm going to talk about logistics and connectivity. And so I'm the software dimension of the hardware dimension that is going to be talked about later. So how this infrastructure comes together. So whenever people blink their eyes about what is the difference, what is the connection between geopolitics and transport, I often go back to an old definition of political science that was more popular in the interwar period by Harold Lassell, who gets what, when, and where. That was the definition of politics at the time. And I mean, if you think about it, it's very close to logistics. Who gets what, when, and where? So hold this in your mind as we talk about logink, which is the focus of my analysis. Now, logink is the global application facilitating end-to-end cargo transport. Cargo handling, so from door to door, essentially. And it's described as a one-stop window for logistics operations. So you have a single window and you can do everything there. Chinese companies have met a global demand for working with academics, industry insiders. For several years, they've been developing the program in cooperation with EU actors, Japanese, South Korean. So they've been working on this for a long time. sending standards in the industry. The reliance on logic is problematic for two reasons. First, it has tremendous consequences for EU economic dependency, so what we're going to hear in a bit. Secondly, the EU is now unable to effectively regulate the single market, the digital single market, at least on the level of logistics, I would argue further. And thirdly, the state capacity is not necessarily weaponized, but can be weaponized. So, what is logic? Why is it important? Why does China have a monopoly over this platform? And why is that a problem? So what is logic first? China's national transportation logistic platform, or LOGINC, has been described as a logistics super app. So just imagine a vessel goes from Rotterdam to Shanghai, en route, the freight forwarder arranges customs checks and does it before even arriving to the port. As soon as on the way there is a hurricane and they need to swap, they need to put the cargo somewhere else. There's danger for the cargo. What do? 4 different options. What is the cheapest? And then you can prioritize. You know, what is more important for you now? Fast delivery, safety, or make it cheap as possible. What is more important? LOGINC will connect with everyone involved and give you 2 or 3 options. So the cargo can be directed to another port, put on a train. It's a single window environment. So this is important because in cargo, everyone here has replaced shopping in shops with online shopping. So we are moving from port to port, to door. We are living through a generational change in logistics. And this, I would argue that the Chinese corporate governance model is better adapted to winning this technological race. They are better than Amazon, better than Mars Group, better than, and I would, in making this argument, I will make an argument that you can debate it with me. That is because the Chinese logistics sector operates as a hive with vertical integration. So European corporates theoretically dominate the logistics with a 60 to 70% share of the global market. We should have this, right? We should be winning this, but we're not, because that does not matter. In December 2021, China incorporated under a single authority the data troves of a multimodal networks of, it's a long list, China Eastern Airlines, China Merchants, China National Materials Storage and Transportation Group, Humao International Freight, China Logistics and National Packaging. Beyond primary data links, they also had an agreement with Alibaba's subsidiaries, Keynote and Alibaba subsidiaries, so that provides LOGINC with access to the leisure port hub in Belgium, and through that, a huge fleet of trucks going around Europe. And the picture is completed with an agreement between LOGINC and Cargo Smart. If anyone is into shipping and they haven't heard of LOGINC before, they have heard of Cargo Smart, for sure. And it's a platform handling 90% of the world's container ship management. So the logistic, it's not direct ownership, but data concentration. And
China's logistics sector is a hive in which the sector agrees that for national productivity places, so that we are all competitive, we relinquish the short-term returns on equity. So we don't treat this as a resource, but we share it between our consortium of logistics. So this is like, you can call it a subsidy, but it's as much a subsidy as building a highway. You know, you can consider it a public infrastructure, or you can charge people. They consider it public infrastructure. Europe has no chance of magic lodging because for each company in the logistics sector, data is an asset. They sell data. The data is critical to their operations. You don't give data away. No one can compete with a free use policy. I forgot to say, lodging is used for free. It's a bit like Gmail. And to quote Mrs. Thatcher, there is no alternative. It's the only single window environment. And Mars Group and IBM from 2018 to 2023 tried to develop a competitive platform. I say again, Mars Group, the biggest in the sector, and IBM with its history. It's not in fashion now, but it's still a very big company. They failed and they withdrew, they stopped trying in 2023. Why is the logistics monopoly a problem? Okay, the Belt and Road Initiative is a system spanning across 5 continents, including Europe's biggest ports: Rotterdam, Antwerp, Hamburg, Duisburg, Barcelona, Genova, and Piraeus. I'm telling you the biggest in freight handling ports. There are 3 problems one can discuss: economic dependence with a strategic competitor, inability to regulate, and national security. So let's take them one at a time. So there is a challenge of competitiveness and dependency. If anyone wants to be part of the global logistic network, they need to access the Chinese platform. Otherwise, they are invisible in the value chain. It's like a taxi driver going out, not being on the Uber system, and maybe they're lucky in somebody else, but if you're not there, you're not in the market. Oh God. Okay, there's a regulatory issue right now. EU regulation needs to live with the fact that we don't have European digital platforms. So since 2023, we've been trying to go for regulating digital gatekeepers, so big browsers, technology that regulates the platforms. None of these gatekeepers is European. So we're trying to lean on companies to regulate the market. The problem is that we cannot lean on these companies. And to go very quickly to national security challenges, imagine that it's about communication, and whatever happens on phones can happen on a 3D dimension. So eavesdropping. Imagine that you can tell a certain thing is produced in a certain country, not because on the ground intelligence you have, but because you can see the materials that are going in a factory. So it's like making a cake and knowing the ingredients. Imagine that you want to send somebody military equipment and you don't want to be seen. You just take a cargo, you put something small there, and it reaches from 5 different routes on the same location, invisible. You can ghost, you can make cargo disappear, like I want to send to Taiwan material, and on the way I find a lot of ships blocking my way. Denial of service that we have. So you can think of disruption of communication. The key point is that you need logistics to mobilize anything. So I can block and I can choke the transport of anything to anywhere. Close the Suez Canal, for example. The lovely bit about it is plausible deniability. You don't have to say you're doing this, you can just do it. So I'll leave it at that. I think the key points to have in mind is that regulators and national security platforms have yet to assimilate the significance of logistics. I'm not sure regulators in Brussels, I have a quite clear view that regulators have not caught up with this effect. And the Euro-Atlantic partners do not have a platform in which they can discuss political economy and national security at the same time. That is the single biggest policy issue we have now, because you can't match a civil-military doctrine without having a platform where you can get these things to be discussed in the same room. And that's that. Sorry for violating the time.
Thank you so much. And I think this really underscores that there are some key challenges, both associated with the development of technology, the pace of the development of technology, and the pace of oversight, which often are mismatched, as well as the clear financial benefits of using a lot of logistics technologies that are being developed by China. And so thank you for sharing that kind of overview of the software logistics. And now we look forward to moving to Dr. Banik and Dr. Banik's presentation, focused on hardware. Perfect.
Skip those. So yeah, and I'm also, just in sake of time, I think I'll just hammer through my findings and then save any questions for the end. So this was the graph I was showing you here, where you can see the 15 different foreign interests that have purchased some kind of investment in critical infrastructure. And I have energy, road, telco, port, dry dock, rail, intermodal, shipping points, airports, and trucking. And you can see over time from 2006, where the only foreign interest in Greece was Cyprus, to 2024, where you have these 15 different interests, and some of them are larger than others. And like I pointed out before, Germany and China are at the top of the list. Now, the big difference between Germany and China is the dependency on trade. So what you see here in blue are the imports for which Greece is dependent on other countries for from the whole rest of the world. And what you see in red is the dependency on that one partner country. And you can see before China became Greece's most dependent partner, it was South Korea. I also put the US up there just to give you some context. But if you look at these other large investors in infrastructure in Greece, like Germany, France, and Italy, you can see that none of them have the same level of trade dependency relationship with Greece. But of course, we're here to focus on China, and you can see what happened during the COVID pandemic is that Greece became more dependent on China than all other trading partners in the rest of the world. That's why that little red dot exceeds the blue dot. So this is what I wanted to show you here. Very important just to go back to this. I created two indices. One is called the probability of disruption index, and the other is called the impact of disruption index. So what we're looking at is the probability of a supply chain line being disrupted based on the percentage that Greece depends on China. And then we have the impact of the probability based on the volume of trade when compared to all trade in that category. And what I've done for you here is I've shown, so from 2001 to 2009 in the industrial sector, you can see increase in dots. And every little dot on these graphs here is a line item trade dependency. And what you can see now between 2010 and 2018 is even more dots in this industrial sector. And let's focus on contemporary times though, whereas of 2022, those dots have far exceeded the number of dots that you would have seen in 2001. Now, this is for industrial products, including mineral and fuel, chemical and allied industries, and electrical and mechanical product sectors. So here's the same set of graphs for material. You can see same trend. This is wood, stone, glass, pearls, base metals between 2001, 2009. And you can see these dots gradually increase, and you can see the number that are in the extreme risk category increasing. So here, contemporary times, also you have an extreme increase. Durable, not so much. Actually, durable is the category with the least number of dependencies. Here we're looking at plastics, rubbers, and precision instruments and transportation, in which you don't have a lot of exposure. The last graph, see, not the same level of expansion. The last graph is consumable. These are all the consumer products: animal, vegetable, textile, leather, furs, and apparel, as well as miscellaneous manufactured articles and arts. By 2022, the cluster has increased to a very large point. Now, is that a security risk? Maybe not, but the risk of an economic shock, if you don't have those supply chains access, is incredibly large. The other thing I wanted to mention about consumables is, even though none of it is really critical to any national infrastructure, some of these parts, some of these raw materials are used in earlier supply chain stages. So let's compare. We have industrial, material, durable, and consumable. And when I'm looking for risks, like what's the most economic risk or the most national security risk, I try to identify line items that are going to be used in critical junctures in supply chains. So industrial is the most important to me. But let's look a little bit deeper and see, this is about size. So this is dollar value of trade dependency in billions. And you can see the industrial sector is about 1.4 billion. So Anne mentioned this before, that you hear a commentary on the size of trade between China and Greece not being so large. Potentially it's benign, but I'd like to point out that 10% of Greece's imports come from China, and half of them have this dependency that I described at the very beginning of the presentation. So these are the industrial line items that I identified, the top 10. The ones in red I feel are either economic or national security risks. And at the very top is electrical apparatus, photosensitive, including photovoltaic cells, so solar, and then all the materials required for semiconductors and other high-tech electronics. And then I also identified air conditioning, especially in Greece, because if most of the air conditioning equipment is coming from China, air conditioning in Greece is actually a real national security risk. So here's the industrial sector, obviously heavily loaded. This is 1.2 billion in trade dependencies and semiconductors. This is material. The two big ones here are the magnesium unwrought and the iron non-alloy steel. Those are a big deal. Here we have durables, so floor, wall, or ceiling coverings. I use those because they are used in manufacturing of many end products that could be critical. And then spectacles, goggles, and the likes. Cutting glass. And then we have consumables, not that much here. So lamps and light fittings might be an issue, and fabrics woven, because PPE actually falls into that category right there. So protective equipment. So as you can see, the risks are in the industrial sector. Like I said, consumable is large, but the worst thing that can happen is maybe people don't get sneakers. Here's a comparison over 2000, 2012, and 2022, just to show you the extreme change and to show you this is the largest trade by volume with the biggest impact. You have semiconductor devices, computers, and air conditioners on this list. Refined petroleum a bit, but that was in the past. If you look at 2022, it's simply semiconductors, computers, and we have passenger and cargo ships in there now too. So this is my last slide I'm going to share with you with the data. It's a comparison of 2012, 2000, and 2022, showing This dollar value of largest import categories, also showing you that semiconductors is this kind of really dark area on this risk heat map that I created. So I'm going to just talk a little bit about the mechanisms control that Ilya discussed, which is I've been looking at Chinese industrial organization for maybe the past 5 to 6 years, and they have a habit of this chain of events. They establish control at a port, they offer the technology and equipment to manage the port, but then they extend the project to include industrial organization inside the borders, and then they establish control at other supply chain touch points. So I would say at Greece, they're about 2/3 of the way through that chain. So what are the outcomes? I'm going to skip this because of time, but I'm going to talk about this, which is that China's SAEs act as a quasi-supranational organization, which you had discussed, and they want to establish a global footprint. And host economies, they gain from greater trade with China because of cheaper goods, but there's a loss in diversity of trade partners as well as risks. So their infrastructure influence is significant. And my policy recommendation is simply that in real terms, an undiversified supply chain is a national security risk. So what would I say? I would say something like this, where you have to identify investments, identify dependencies, create real risk profiles, including lots of different aspects and perceptions of risk. You want to probably run an impact simulation using AI or run some kind of war game simulation with this data. And then you want to engage in scenario planning. So you want to say, worst case scenario, how are we going to manage these supply chain shocks? And in the best case scenario, we only have to create risk mitigation strategies. And that's my whole presentation in, I think, 7 minutes.
Thank you so much for sharing that very rich data that I think very clearly demonstrates the challenges that trade dependencies present to the Greek economy. And I look forward to interacting with both of you to see, to think about this logistics software and the hardware questions of what is imported and what's exported. With that, I look forward to our next presentation by Plamen Tonchev. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Anne. I wonder whether we have the slideshow on screen. If not, oh, there it is. Thanks very much. Well, I'll be looking at the relations between Greece and China from a slightly different angle, but you will find out in fact my presentation and approach links up to what all the other panelists have already said. I would say that if we look back in time, Greece and China sort of discovered each other back in around 2004, exactly 20 years ago. And since then, their relations have been steadily intensifying, both in economic and political terms, to such an extent that on a number of occasions, Greece's partners have been asking questions, are you not getting a bit too close to China? Are you not cozying up to China a bit too much? And this has raised eyebrows in the West on a number of occasions. I would argue that indeed, while this is happening, one may have to look beneath the surface, or I would say below, or rather behind the shiny facade of Sino-Greek relations. And what do I call a facade in this case? Let me see how this works. Excellent. Well, the very first issue that one, that comes to mind when we speak about relations between Greece and China is, of course, COSCO's investment in the seaport of Piraeus. It is, of course, an impressive investment. It has been very much in the news. It's been spoken about and written about. On a global scale, I would say that from China's perspective, it is the jewel in China's Belt and Road crown. In fact, the Chinese are very proud of this investment. It is a unique case on a global scale to the extent that, a Chinese state-owned company, manages and has the total control, the majority of, the stock of such a facility. And at the same time, Greek, officials, Greek governments, not just this one, but the previous ones, have been speaking about Costco's presence in China as a success story. They very much embrace this, investment. I don't have the time to go through all the details of the investment, but in fact, the details are pretty much well known. I would say that the second aspect of this shiny facade has to do with what I would call the myth of cultural and spiritual kinship between Greece and China. This is a persistent narrative, systematically promoted mostly by the Chinese side, I would say very shrewdly and strategically. And then this narrative is warmly embraced by the Greek side. Why? Because Greeks, of course, are fiercely proud of their history, their ancient culture. The Chinese come up with the idea, you see, we also have glorious ancient civilizations. So let's work together in the name of our glorious ancient civilizations, and it works. Let me tell you of this forum, which was suggested by the Chinese back in 2017, the so-called Ancient Civilizations Forum, which was launched here in Athens by the previous government, by the previous Greek government, which again warmly embraced this idea. It brought together 10 countries. I would say a bit of an obscure outfit. Its makeup has been rather shaky, with some countries coming and going. But no, they've been meeting on an annual basis and talking about culture and how culture could bring modern nations closer together, which is fine in theoretical terms, but there's little substance to it, to be sincere. And then, of course, the Chinese keep promoting the idea of the two glorious ancient civilizations being very close together. And they've suggested, the creation of a center of Chinese and Greek ancient civilizations, which was officially launched. It was set up in Athens last year, and there was a Chinese vice premier attending the ceremony. It goes down well, I would say, with the Greek general public, with the Greek political elite, of course, who once again embrace this. And I would say that the Chinese are shrewdly selling this narrative of cultural kinship. And of course, Greeks are all too happy to be flattered in this way. Let me show you something that I find very controversial, although it is very well known. If you go to the Acropolis, you will see at the foothills of the Acropolis the two statues of Socrates and Confucius. These statues were set up there 3 years ago in 21 on the occasion of the China-Greece Year of Culture and Tourism. Of course, that year is long over, but the statues are still there, and they will be there forever, perhaps. And I wonder, those millions of tourists visiting the Acropolis every single year, looking at the statue of Confucius, I wonder what they think, And I wonder, my personal preference would have been to see next to Socrates a statue of Voltaire, all right, as a symbol of European enlightenment, as a symbol of European, values, and European culture and civilization. Why Confucius? I don't mind the presence of his statue, but not here and not next to Socrates. I don't think that there's any organic link between the Greek and Chinese civilizations. So behind the shiny facade, behind all the handshakes, smiling faces, and the photo ops, there's more than meets the eye. And I would say that. Let me remind you, back in 2019, the EU came up with a triple definition of China as a partner, economic competitor, and systemic rival. And this is what actually is behind the facade of Sino-Greek relations. To get closer to what Clark was speaking about, let me quickly show you the trade balance of goods, not services, just goods between Greece and China between 2016 and 2023. Let me simply draw your attention to the fact that
In 22, the ratio between imports and exports was close to 20-1, all right? Let me also draw your attention to another indicator, the very last one in red, that last year in 2023, the share of China in the overall trade deficit of Greece rose to 21%. And this is yet another indicator, I suppose, Clark, you will agree with this, that in fact, Greece is becoming increasingly dependent on China. But then, of course, this is not just Greece's problem, all right? Europe overall is becoming increasingly dependent on imports from China. This is an issue to be discussed on the European, I would say, scale. Yet another thing behind the facade, of course, is Greece's position on de-risking, all right? Earlier this year, last May, I think, the European think tank, a network on China, of which our institute is a founding member, released its report on de-risking. And this is where you could see Greece's position. It belongs to what we call the group of cautious adopters, you know, when it comes to the de-risking policy and the economic security strategy of the EU. Greece kind of reluctantly, you know, what follows what is decided in Brussels. Certainly, it's a kind of a lukewarm response to what is decided over there, and Greece kind of, you know, says reluctantly, okay, we will follow suit. And Greece is one of the 3 last EU member states to adopt an FDI screening mechanism, you see. It is yet to be adopted, but at least it is now being talked about, and I understand a bill will be promoted to the Greek Parliament very soon. I really have to carry on. Yet another aspect to take into account is, of course, relations between NATO and China. And Greece is both an EU member state and a NATO member, right? And this is a very recent statement by a deputy secretary of NATO, who says that China is basically becoming a threat to NATO security. So to draw some conclusions, and then I'll be done, I speak of what we need is a sober assessment of Sino-Greek relations. What does sober assessment mean? First, an assessment which is not marked by facile assumptions, all right? For instance, the assumption that China will be on Greece's side in case of a flare-up with Turkey in the Aegean or around Cyprus. Second, a sober assessment would be one that's anchored in Greece's commitment to its proven international partners and allies, which means Western allies, right? And third, a sober assessment would be one that's forward-looking, all right? And one that takes into account emerging challenges in the future. Given that Greece is both an EU and NATO member, it certainly cannot stay out of the fray. It will have to take a stance on China, right? And I think that, and I'm picking this point from Ilias, who spoke previously about the need to bring together what was political economy and national security considerations. So far, Greece has been saying, well, we have some trade relations with China, but that has nothing to do with our national security. No, we will have to bring the two issues together. Unlike a growing number of European countries, Greece has yet to devise and adopt a China strategy, which is badly needed. Thanks very much for your attention.
Many thanks to our terrific panelists for a series of fascinating and eye-opening presentations. I have so many questions for you, but I want to but I've had the chance to talk with you about a lot of these issues. So I do want to give our audience the first chance to ask questions. And if we have some audience questions, I would love to take those first. So I see one in the back, one in the front, one up here. So let's start with these 3, and then we can get going. So we'll take the one in the back first, one in the front, and then one in the middle.
Hello, thanks. Constantine studied international relations. I was thinking, with respect to the presentation with the graphs, So Greece's trade dependency is increasing with China, and I'm just thinking, as a possible solution to those risks, is there any possible way at all, maybe even in the future, that China's trade dependency on Greece could increase? And if not, how about in Europe or European Union as a whole? Because it seems to me that the solution is either to decrease Greece's trade dependence on China. And if that is not possible, perhaps increase China's trade dependency on Greece or Europe. Thanks.
Question number one, an important question about trade and Piraeus and security. And my guess is that would be primarily for Mr. Plancho, but anyone could respond. Is that accurate? Okay, great. And then our second question.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry. Well, I mean, I would like to ask the panel the same question I asked you before about, because, there's a degree of alarmism here. And the question is whether you want to respond, whether we are sleepwalking into something. And Greece as part of, the EU and the West. On the other hand, I mean, some of the things that Plum and Tonchev talked about, I found it interesting, but too alarmist. I mean, the thing about ancient civilizations is part of the Greek approach. It's the same. It's part of the budding relationship with the Indians. There is a relationship. It's part of the relationship, between the Greeks and the Jews, or even with the Egyptians. I mean, there's something to it there, but it's also part. This cultural thing is also part of relationship with any country. I mean, there is a Truman bust in downtown Athens. There's a memorial, pretty close to here, where from the Armenians, there's another bust of Chateaubriand, signifying the relationship with the French. And so, and I do not think that the Greeks are so, going to be taken in by all these Chinese arguments. I mean, I understand why China is doing it, but I think it's part of the relationship because there is some countries that can claim a continuity to the ancient past, and that's part of how you build this. But on the other things too, I mean, I understand. I saw that graph you put up there, and the cautious approach of Greece regarding China. First of all, as a NATO member state, it's signed on to all the NATO communiques, and it's very clear at NATO summits now where China is conceived to be a threat. And I don't think that any Greek government has said otherwise, right? It's the Chinese threat is part of NATO now, just like the Russian threat is part of whatever NATO puts out, especially when there are summit meetings. But I think the problem, and this is a question in particular regarding, and someone talked about COSCO being the jewel in the crown, right, of the Belt Road Initiative. One of you sort of said this. So the question is, I mean, COSCO, the Chinese and COSCO invested in Piraeus in a particular set of circumstances, right? And in a way, it could have gone somewhere else if allies and friends had, we know what happened, right? But I also keep reading and about pressures at some stage where Greece will have to be, or is being pressured at some stage to maybe kick the Chinese out if it's possible, probably not, or reconsider all of this, especially as the other projects emerging. And I think in the next part, we'll talk about the new globalization trends and EMEC and whatever else is emerging, right? And the real dilemma is, therefore, if it's not Piraeus in Greece, where Greece is part of those plans, which port is it going to be? So is that Chinese stronghold in COSCO, the Chinese and COSCO stronghold in Piraeus as strong as it is? I mean, is that 35-year lease plus there? Can it be challenged? Can the Chinese be taken out of the picture? Anyway, and what does this mean, therefore, for Greece in terms of, I mean, because on the one hand, you have this. On the other hand, you have the government for the last 2 years has taken a pretty straightforward position when it comes to, say, Ukraine, when it comes to what's happening in Gaza. And so its commitments are so clear that, our policy lies with the West and Western interests. But then you have this reality as well. So maybe you can, yeah, sorry. as a professor, you know.
Oh, I mean, let me tell you, like the number of comment questions I have asked in my life, it's not a small number. But we will go to our third question, and then my understanding is that that would be for all three of the panelists. A third question, and then we'll take a fourth.
Okay, my name.
You could introduce yourself as well.
Okay, my name is Spiros Liberis, and I am a fourth-year student, undergraduate student at Padua University at the Department of the National European and Area Studies. My question has a relation with the previous from Mr. Dimitris Triantafylou. You have mentioned before that Greece, as part of the EU, as member state of the EU and NATO, has to take a stance on China. My question is, if we see in the future a possible military alliance with Russia, because German government has threatened China not to buy electric cars if China helps Russia against Ukraine with drones and missiles. My question is, could we in the future, could this a fact that China alliances with Russia harm Greco-Chinese relations, for example, on sectors trade, investments, or if we could see in the future sanctions against China, like as we did against Russia 2 years before when Russia invaded Ukraine? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that's a question for all three panelists, yes? Okay, great. And our final question here. And if you could introduce yourself as well.
Hi, I am from India. My name is Dr. Aijaz Wani. So I have a comment, then a question.
No, just questions.
No, first a comment, then a question.
Just a question.
Otherwise, comment will
we're
take
happy to
only
start.
1 minute.
No comments, just questions.
So how it is possible that we can de-risk, we can start de-risking with China? It is a question we Indians also face, Americans also face, Europeans also face. How to de-risk from China? How to start going to other parts of the world, not to China? It is question which is everywhere, but there is no rule for it. To coming to another question.
Okay,
That
so the question is, how do we de-risk from China? And that's a great question. And and I look forward to having our panelists answer it. And we will be moving to the Q&A. Thank you so much, sir.
Second
And
question.
we look forward to continuing the conversation. We'll do another round of questions. All right, so we have a couple of different, and they're all very closely related to this question, to the last question of de-risking from China. So how do we manage the port of Piraeus, for example? What are the risks that exist within the port of Piraeus? What risks exist for Greece with respect to Chinese-Russian alliances and tensions in Europe? And then what would happen, my understanding is, what would happen in a context where Greece does pull out of Piraeus? Is that even possible? And if that happens, would there be someone else to fill that gap? And maybe it wouldn't actually make that big of a strategic difference, but would make a negative economic difference for Greece. So those are my understandings of the questions. So please, maybe we start at the end and come all the way through. And just if you want to take those questions in any order. Okay, great.
So the first thing that stood out to me was this question about, are we sleepwalking into a disaster, or that, these were potentially alarmist positions. I'm a very cold, pragmatic economist, so I'm not even trying to be alarmist. This was just the outcome of my research. As far as how to take it, my Greek colleagues are actually probably much better at contextualizing it. But what I know for sure is that it would be very difficult for China to become dependent on Greece for anything other than their geographic position, which they're taking advantage of right now, at least from what I know of trade flows in the next 10 to 20 years. As far as the other way around, My answer is strategic import diversification. So you want to be able to understand where your risks are, and you want to have policymakers develop rules on thresholds for how much dependency can exist from any place in the world. And then my last thought is on this alignment or marriage of Russian and Chinese interests in the sense that you see their collaboration in trade, but also in trade volumes. So the one thing I didn't mention in my presentation is that Russia is actually a larger importer to Greece in 2022 than China was. It's gone down a little since the war, but it's still not reducing at a threshold. So combined, Russia and China make up about 20 to 25% of all imports into Greece. And decoupling from that is going to take time, and you should start now.
Right. I think the panel is going to be interesting because I disagree with a few things. So I think when it comes to de-risking, the main discussion is about supply chains and making them shorter. So we listen to things like reshoring, friendshoring, so building supply chains between partners that trust each other. So you've got a factory that depends on imports from 50 places in the world, and you decide that it is best to do 10 and make sure that these are partners, or in the digital case, you do an adequacy agreement and you can trust the flow of data more. Greece is not going to do that, so allow me to answer with a Greek perspective on this. So the port of Piraeus is a transshipment port. So we get things here, we transfer them around. We don't have an industrial heartland. We are not an industrial economy. And Piraeus does not pose a systemic threat to European value chains, to European manufacturing. If you look around Europe and you see what is the gateway to the European manufacturing, that's Rotterdam. Hamburg, which is one of the biggest industrial ports in Europe, just sold 25%, like only last year, against the advice of its own BND to a Chinese state-owned company. So this was sold during the crisis. It was the only greenfield investment, while the rest of Europe was whistling. All our partners were whistling. So I would look around as a Greek and say, you go first. Yeah, you go first, because we are doing transshipment. We are not bothering anyone. But having said that, I am more worried about Greek interests. So I would say, I spy with my little eye somebody from Greek shipping here in the room, and I would say the problem for the Greek economy is right now 20% of global shipping is in Greek hands. Will there be a time when we cannot operate as global taxi drivers unless we are in a Chinese-operated Uber? That scares me as a Greek. And one more point. I am more worried about consumables than any industrial product you mentioned, because if you are in cost of living crisis, like would say in the UK or anywhere in Europe, and inflation is your big thing, and you suddenly decide to have a Sino-American blowout and standoff, and we need to decouple value chains, the democratization of consumption goods that has come with cheaper goods from China suddenly will affect everyone massively. And then all our patriotic feelings will feel more important than any alliance we have, because we can't make it to the end of the month because we don't have money to pay for basic consumables. And that's it.
All right, on the very first question on Greece's trade dependence and how it can be reduced. I don't remember who posed that question. I would say that in terms of green transition and relevant equipment, which is heavily dominated by China, I remember talking to somebody from the Ministry of Energy here in Greece a few months ago, and the response was, Tina, there is no alternative. We have to be very frank that right now China is in the driver's seat when it comes to green equipment, green tech. The only answer, and that can be, first of all, theoretical, and secondly, it can be a long-term response, is if Europe rebuilds its industrial base along the lines of what Draghi has been suggesting in his recent report. But of course, that is a long-term process. I would pretty much agree with Clark that we have to diversify as much as possible. Even though that will also take time. Reshoring, onshoring, all that is part of the diversification strategy, which is very much needed. On the degree of alarmism that Professor Triantafylou spoke about, I wouldn't agree that I or somebody else speaking along these lines is being alarmist. In fact, I would say that Greece's attitude towards China and Greece's degree of commitment to its partners has been rather loose, I would say. And there's been a bit of a cherry picking, attitude on the part of Greece. Let me tell you that when it comes to Greece's commitment, to Western partners, when it comes to China, Greece and Cyprus, by the way, have been consistently abstaining from all the United Nations resolutions, launched by Western partners. But each time there's the word China is something sensitive, like Xinjiang, Tibet, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Greece and Cyprus have been consistently and predictably abstaining. All right. I'm not even speaking about China's stance back in 2016 when it supported China on the Hague resolution, the Hague ruling on the dispute between China and the Philippines. Let's say that was a decision made by the previous government. Even now in 2024, Greece is still, I would say, sticking to what I would call the just-in-case strategy. What is Greece's just-in-case strategy? We need to be on good terms with China because it's a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council. And at the back of, Greek decision makers' mind is the rationale that, if God forbid there's a flare-up in the Aegean or around Cyprus tomorrow, we need China's support. Fine, okay. But China will not send its navy to fight the Turks. And if, by the way, there's another surge in the flow of migrants, from Turkey across Greece towards Europe, I don't expect China to exert any pressure on Turkey. We have to have, realistic expectations of what we can get from China. And this is not on the realistic list. Civilization, I fully agree, it is part of the Greek approach. Greece has every reason to promote its cultural and historical heritage. But mind you, Confucius, the statue of Confucius at the foothills of the Acropolis has nothing to do with the number of containers transshipped through Piraeus. These are two separate areas, right? This is the Chinese argument. We are ancient civilizations, so we have to work together in modern times. No. These are two totally different issues. On Piraeus, yes, back then in 2016, when COSCO got 51% of the PPA, the Piraeus Port Authority stock, I agree, there was no other real offer. I fully agree with you, Dimitri. But in 2021, when COSCO got an extra 16% of the stock, without, completing the mandatory investments, the Greek government was in a strong position. And he didn't use it. Why? In order not to irritate China, because of the just-in-case strategy I spoke about. And by the way, the lease is not 35 years long. It is 40 years long, starting from 2012 up to 2052, because it was extended in 2012 by the Samaras government back then. One last point on the China-Russia tandem, and if we are to impose sanctions. I strongly advise you have a look at this report, which was commissioned by the European Parliament in August. It came out in September 2023. The title is Chinese Investments in European Maritime Infrastructure. I contributed the chapter on the port of Piraeus. It's a risk assessment exercise, and I think that any country or entity with a sense of self-respect should look at risk assessment exercises in order, to have a degree of preparedness for what might come in the future. So it's a very useful exercise. Now, in that chapter on Piraeus, me and my colleagues, we came up with the conclusion that out of the 5 scenarios we looked at, the 2 most likely ones are risks relating to coercion in case we impose sanctions on China and China retaliates. And the second most likely scenario, data leakage in relation to Piraeus and the military facilities next to it. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much to our panelists. So I have a little bit of time as a moderator, so I do want to ask 1 or 2 of my questions. So I'll take my moderator privilege. And so this is a question that I'm quite curious about with this supply chain issue. So to what degree is Greek national defense and Greek national defense imports, how dependent are those national defense imports on China when we think about specific line items in trade, when we think about logistics, when we think about the control of the port?
Yeah, okay, so I think there's no arms traded between China and Greece. I went looking for that. But I think definitely the top line item in industrial, which is semiconductors, is of great concern because 93% of all semiconductors imported into Greece come from China. And it's a trade dependence. So that means if for some reason, and they could use that for coercion. Right.
And what do we use semiconductors for? Like, what are a couple of important areas?
Oh, yeah. Semiconductors are used to create chips, and chips run everything from your refrigerator to your cell phone. But they're also used in aircraft carriers, and they're used in weaponry. And all the line items from my presentation, which I will give if you want to put it online, are things that I traced back into security or military supply chains, right? So things that would be used in a military supply chain are these line items that I've identified in red. So you even see this in the US. There was a report we were talking about yesterday at dinner that showed, even in a US aircraft carrier, there's 60% of the components have some kind of Chinese input, right? And so I think it's a really good idea to start unpacking that at a micro level. So that's just one. And in the sake of time, I'll give you this other example on the on port security, which is that, they're in Piraeus, but one thing that we talked about is that they're also in Thessaloniki. And not a lot of people know about that because it's not something that they advertise. It's not Costco, it's China Merchants. And they're there through Terminal Link. And they actually own the port with Belterra, which has Russian connections. And so one thing that I uncovered in my research is China Merchants essentially gave a $200 million loan to its own subsidiary outside of banks for a Thessaloniki port project that is not advertised at all. And so now Thessaloniki is indebted to a Chinese state-owned enterprise that did an off-the-books loan. And so the question as to how secure that is, I think that's beyond my expertise, but it would raise eyebrows. And I think people should look into it.
Ilya, did you want to add anything there?
Greece doesn't have complex manufacturing. We have some high value, high technology exports, but this is not doesn't spearhead our economy. And the defense platforms we have are relatively safe, I would argue, from a defense perspective. I don't think this is in that sense, a national security issue. I still think that the biggest, from a strictly Greek perspective, if you don't look at the Euro-Atlantic framework, which you have to, as Plamen is explaining, but if you're talking about, I am more worried about the ability of the Greek economy to absorb shocks, sudden shocks, and that needs to be looked at and mitigated. I would be interested to see what is the role of Greek transshipment in broader supply chains. I'd be interested to see the interface between civil-military relations. I mean, for example, it's not accidental that the US is investing in a separate port in Alexandroupolis. It sort of makes sense to, you know, for military things, let's just do our own thing. I mean, it sort of makes sense to decouple things, and critical infrastructure tends to go to intranet, so internal networks rather than, I think that's wise. But I hope, but I'm in no position to say that there is a review of critical infrastructure networks and that we have a network strategy, even if it's not a China strategy.
Okay, terrific. And then Plamen, bringing us home in one minute.
1 minute, one brief point, basically saying where, starting from where Elias stopped. On Piraeus, I think that we're not clear on the split of benefits. And I mean broader benefits, all right? We only look at the number of containers transshipped through the Piraeus port. That's not it. We're not looking at jobs, we're not looking at spin-off effects, we're not looking at the transfer of technology and all that. We only look at transshipment. And I think that I've been screaming and shouting that the Greek government should commission a study and an impact assessment study 15 years after COSCO came to Piraeus, a very useful impact assessment study of what we are learning from this investment and what we are getting from this investment. My hunch is, and I'm not in a position to come up with hardcore figures, but I'm afraid that the overwhelming, majority of all these benefits is actually on the Chinese side, and Greece is getting rather little for this otherwise impressive investment project. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all of our wonderful speakers for sharing your insights. On the plus side, it seems like there's a lot more for us to do research on and a lot to look into. The challenge is obviously these are very thorny issues that have a lot of implications, both economically and militarily. So I'm grateful to the panelists for their rich research. I'm grateful to our audience for your superb questions and attention. And I look forward to having further conversations about these issues, both today and in the future. Thank you so much to our terrific panelists.
We can move to the next very short session. I believe that we all agree in this room that we need to not adopt a hostile stance toward China, but raise awareness and realize that, yes, relations with China might make perfect sense, an economic sense, but we should also be careful and we should also be in a position where we learn how to assess the various challenges and risks. Now, the This China program was created on the basis that although Greece and China have deepening relations, deepening economic relations, we lack knowledge production on China in this country. right? There are no departments on Chinese studies. There are very few people actually working on China. Most of them are in this room today. Now, as part of the effort of IDIS and of the IDIS China program to raise awareness on China, to produce and disseminate knowledge on China, we are very happy that today we will be signing a memorandum of understanding with the Great Britain China Center. Now, the Great Britain China Center was established in 1974 in the United Kingdom by the Foreign and Commonwealth Office. Today, now it's called Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office. So the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the UK. And the reason why they created it was because the UK realized that they need a better organization in terms of educating civil servants, in terms of engaging with China's scholars and promoting certain programs, such as trainings for Chinese judges, in order to help the social development of China. Now, we will be signing an MOU, so Professor Ifandis, the director of IDIS, and the deputy director of the Great Britain China Center, Mr. Sil Poulopoulos, will be signing the MOU, and then we will take half an hour to talk about the need to promote China knowledge in Europe and in Greece.
Thank you very much. And thanks for the introduction, Konstantinos. I would like to add a few points on that, if you like. So 50 years ago, in 74, the Great Britain China Center was created. And we celebrated our 50th anniversary a couple of times this year. But let's think about what it means when we think where China was in 74. Right in the middle of the Cultural Revolution, right? Who would have bet that nowadays we are where we are with China? I'll let you think about that. So I was asked to talk a little bit about the knowledge gap we have in Europe and the importance of Chinese expertise. I would like to start with a few questions. You know, I'm only bringing questions. I don't have any answers. I've been living 10 years in China, and I have more questions nowadays than before, I would say. But anyway, since China reopened in 2023 after the COVID, I went there at least 6 or 7 times. And I can tell you that things have changed in China, maybe not the way they expected, and also in Europe as well. And sometimes this realization is not always there. So I'm going to share a few thoughts, a few questions. And I'm not an academic. The center is not a think tank. This is a different type of organization, which is under the Foreign Office, under the FCDO in the UK. So we mainly work on politics with China. What does it mean? Well, it means that we bring people around the table
and we try to talk and to raise issue from both sides. We've been doing that quite a few times with a lot of consistency, and this has enabled us to have this platform where there is a trust to discuss all issues with our political counterparts in China. Doesn't mean that we get all the answer we expect, though, as you can imagine. A few years ago, there was really an effort from the China side to reach out to the West, to reach out to the world. And it was really the case, I think, also with academics. I mean, in their KPIs, there was clearly the fact that whether they would be able to reach out, to publish, to make connections with the West. I think this has changed in the last years after COVID. It's much more difficult, as you may know, to have academic relationships with China and to have those relationships on the basis of academic freedom. Those exchanges are more difficult nowadays. So although they have sent messages that China is very open and still keen on having these exchanges, I think the message is landing in a mixed way. But what I can tell you is the UK a few years ago realized that there was this gap, this understanding gap, which was getting bigger. The number of people who would understand how to navigate with China, who went to China, who were speaking Chinese, who've been developing a relationship with China was getting lower. And this is still the case in not only the UK, but also in France and in other countries in Europe. I think the COVID was a big blow to all this dynamic which was there previously before COVID time. In China, though, the capability and understanding they have from the West is at a different level. They are really at it. And just to give you an example, when we go and do some training in the UK or in China for different participants we have, we go to the Central Party School, for example, a few days. And I can tell you that in China, there are 2,600 party schools. So the party school act as a kind of university for the cadre in China. 2,600. This is kind of a lot and a huge network. You can imagine, the size of this network when we think about how much we can do with that numbers. So I just put that here because I think it's interesting to see that, the way they are prepared to when they talk to us and when we have political dialogues, and the way we are prepared here in the West is not the same. And one of the area on which the Great Britain China Center is working is to build up this capacity among civil servants, among diplomats, among business representatives, and among the next generation. So in reality, how does it translate? We come up with a whole set of training from the most junior ones to the most official people, and we train also parliamentarians in the UK on China. This came as a realization a few years ago, and it came also with a vision, with an idea of what it should be like. And in the UK, we call that capability, which is really about China, understanding China in a way we can be fluent in China rather than in Chinese. We don't do language training ourselves, other organizations are doing that. But this ambition they had, that materialized also with some budget, some resources that they were able to put together to develop this capability, this China capability. So now you know that there was some general election in the UK a few months ago. There is a new Labour government. They came up with some sort of policy on China, which revolves around the 3 Cs, which were about to compete, to challenge, and to cooperate. We are going to see in a couple of months if they stick with that. There is currently an audit on China, an audit on the relationship that the UK has with China, And I think it will be an important document to look at to understand the direction of travel. I think it's really important not to look beyond the scholars and the academic and also into the politics, because we are still struggling to some extent to respond to these fundamental questions that are the following. How to describe China nowadays? How does the system work in China? And what is the political direction of travel? A colleague of mine who works at the Oxford Center, Oxford China Center, who is a director, Todd Hall, has a definition of what is nowadays China, and I'm going to share that with you. I'll take my breath because it's a long definition. It's a neo-techno-Leninist, personalist, bureaucratic, quasi-post-imperial, quasi-post-revolutionary, quasi-state capitalist, anti-liberal party states with ideo-totalo-nationalist state aspiration with Chinese characteristics. So I wait a bit for the translation because I think it's kind of impossible. But this is a puzzling country that we are facing at. A few points I think we can agree on would be the following: that there is a need to understand better China and to go deeper in a probing inquiry into China. Its growing influence in the world is becoming even more important over time, and in some ways more uncertain. China often divides more than it unites, in the fact that countries which are affected by China's rise are affected in different ways. The US, the Europe, the UK, the Global South, countries in the neighborhood are all affected in different ways. The China's influence on policymaking is also uneven. They bring some benefit in some areas and they bring challenges in others. And all the panelists this morning have described some point of that, some part of those benefits or challenges. And I think we can agree also that it's unlikely that everyone will agree on how to respond to China. You know, one panelist this morning was noting that you don't have many countries in Europe which have a strategy on China. Actually, you have a handful of them only, and I think it says something. The challenge here is for us to maintain a sense of perspective, to avoid either overreacting or underreacting to the events while we ensure long-term interests do not become embroiled in constant controversies. It means walking a thin line between competition and pragmatism. Today, I would say in both China and in the West, people taking a more nuanced approach are often disparaged for not being able to make up their minds. In practice, navigating this middle ground in international relations is a difficult balancing act. There are many unknowns and there are many uncertainties. And I think taking strong positions prematurely could lock in policies that undermine the UK's potential to manage relations with China over the long term. But here, you can replace the UK by your own country. I think it's valid for many countries, actually. So the China question to us is the following. What does China's ascendancy to global power status mean for, let's say, the Greek and UK relations? And I have no answer to that. I have just a set of questions that I would like to share with you. How should the UK, the Greeks, other countries handle its relation with China in the context of intensifying geopolitical, economic, and technological competition? What are the economic, political, and moral dilemma involved in adjusting to China's rising status and influencing the world? What are the opportunities and risks of dealing with China? And can these risks be balanced? And we had a beautiful panel this morning before just on that. There are ways to look at this question. I think at the systemic level, placing a lens on the nature of the Chinese power and the changing international order comes to this another set of questions. What is the purpose behind Xi Jinping's ambition to become a global power? How is China leveraging its national interests and values? And it comes also with a set of unknowns that I'm going to share with you now. How far is Xi Jinping willing to go in the quest for the global power status? How far will China be able to transition toward a new economic model of innovation and sustainability on its own terms, while continuing to accrue benefits from the international system? And will China continue to rely on partnerships rather than alliances? And always think also in terms of what are the messages that are sent at the local level, at the domestic level, and I came up thinking of that with another set of questions. How does the past shape China's views of itself and the world? Does Xi Jinping wield absolute control over China's economy and society? And can the Chinese model of development adapt to changing needs and conditions? And we have many unknowns on that. This idea of being able to maintain a critical analytical perspective on China is key for us. First of all, it's important to realize that the Republic of China is not monolithic. You have many provincial level of jurisdiction in China. Those provinces are huge. One province, such as the Guangdong, has twice the population of the UK. And the party controls the government, but not all the government agencies are relying on policy, and bureaucratic competition is rife, let alone the policy implementation, which remains highly fragmented. It's important, as Plamen was saying this morning, that we are taking the Communist Party priorities and party maxim seriously. We need to understand, we need to listen to what they say, because this guides China's current and future direction. Another realization we can think of is the fact that there is a constant need to differentiate between aspirations, plans, and implementation. And the BRI experience here speaks loudly, as well as the COVID experience. It's less coordinated in practice. It's often less coordinated in practice. Important also is not to mistake loud signal for actual intention. The practice, the Chinese practice, and the rhetoric differ widely. And often it is the case that in foreign policy, the domestic audience matters more than the foreign audience. Another point I think is important to keep in mind is that the proverbial black box is really significant in China. You have a lot of matters who are very secretive and little is known on them. And this is something we still need to factor in when we have this type of approach and preparation. Again, the attention on the stability in China's neighborhood will be key in the coming years. The big question here is how China will seek to balance the defense of its territorial and maritime claims with a commitment toward peaceful development. The question, obviously, the question of Taiwan is always in our mind, and it will be key for us to understand what is the CCP leadership taking, what is the direction of Taiwan, and why are they taking now a tougher stance towards Taiwan. And again, we come up with many unknowns at the end of this list of questions. But I think it's important for us to build the capacity we have in our own countries to be able to build up the ability of scholars and also policymakers, parliamentarians, to carve the political space to discuss these points with their counterparts when they have political dialogue in China. Thank you very much.
Well, I presume it's my turn just to wrap up things. There's not much to add to what Cyril has just said. His expose was, as expected, of the highest caliber. Suffice to say that for the Institute of International Relations, it is one more moment of pride. Our China program network is expanding, and now we have teamed up with the best in Europe and in the United States, of course, and we are so proud of it. With the help of the Great Britain China Center, we are absolutely certain that this will become an even more important hub of understanding, explaining and understanding, and disseminating knowledge about China in Greece and in our vicinity. And actually, we are very confident now that we can contribute to the discussion on China in not just the Greek public sphere, but beyond our national confines. So yes, we are very proud, and we are grateful to Kostas Tsimonis, Professor Tsimonis, the restless. He's the drive behind these accomplishments. The EDIS China program is our flagship program, is what has given us an identity, and we have and it is what has provided us with a passport, to reach out to centers of excellence like the Great Britain China Center. So yes, we are looking forward to the new collaboration scheme, and we are absolutely confident that we live up to your expectations, and we have the human resources, and the previous panel, I think, was a testament to that. We're talking about a country, and I will close with that, which its history spans millennia. It has always been there. For the aficionados of history, China has always been there. It's impressive. It has never been under formal colonial rule. At every given moment, any given moment in history, China was there in one form or the other. It has evolved, yes, but at the same time, it has evolved, as a cultural entity. It has lived through and defied at some points, the imperialism, feudalism, colonialism. It has been at the same time primordial and modern. So it is only natural that we are both admiring and scaring of, afraid of how China might, develop. Even its the projection of its relative decline. It's a scary scenario. So yes, let me conclude with a very well-known historical highlight. It was in the 1400s when China at that time was maybe the most formidable power in the earth. It heads the greatest seagoing fleet in the walls, something up to 3,500 ships at its peak. United States today has less than 500. Some of them were five times bigger and larger than the European contemporaries. Okay, but within a century, it disappeared. So that treasure fleet of China, was destroyed, was burnt in their docks or left to rot by the then Chinese rulers, and that facilitated the European advent. Now history, is much more normal, but it is not only what we do, it's what they do as well. And this is what we are trying to understand through these programs and these collaborations, what they are up to. Thank you very much. We're having a break now, yes? Yes, break for lunch.
We'll have half an hour for 30 minutes. Okay. Lunch break.
2:30.
All right. Hello from Athens. I'd like to introduce the panel, and it's a great pleasure and honor to do the first panel between Idis and Gligendal. This is, for those not familiar with Gligendal, is one of the most influential think tanks in Europe and perhaps the world as metrics go. It's, for those who are more UK trained, the British equivalent to the Dutch equivalent to the Chatham House. But I'd like to say that it's a pleasure to talk about corridors, sanction, and geoeconomics in the Middle East. This is a fascinating topic that we have been discussing with Wim for some time to organize. And I'm very glad that it's Europe grounded, but it's not Eurocentric. We are talking about the Middle East with all these stakeholders involved, all the perspectives that should be present. And you have to excuse my pronunciation but I will try my best. So I'd like to welcome Dr. Muhammad Foro. I tried, from Gligenthal and Erasmus University. Albert Vital Riede from the International Institute for Strategic Studies based in Bahrain. Ayaz Bani, a fellow in Strategic Studies program at the Observer Research Foundation. And Erwin van Veen, who's the moderator, but I have the physical presence advantage here, in a research fellow and lead Middle East research group at the Gligendal Conflict Research Unit. And I think in order of coordination and vision, I will start with passing the floor to Erwin van Veen for the starting remarks on the topic of the day.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Ilya. Am I getting through loud and clear?
Yeah, go ahead.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you so much. Well, thank you for these warm words of welcome, and more generally to the organizers of the Athens Security Forum, in particular also, Aventuli and everyone else engaged in the organization. It's been a real pleasure so far. So I'm glad we're in business for this panel. My apologies for not being able to join you in person. I was on the way to the airport, but our youngest fell sick and we had insufficient backup, so I had to return home, unfortunately. But kudos to the organizers for enabling this virtual joining of minds. So what I would like to do just in 5 minutes or so is to speak briefly about the purpose of the panel and then make some preliminary remarks more at the strategic level. And after that, we have like 3 real experts in the room that Ilya just listed, who will go into specific elements of the many corridors that are these days presumed to be connecting different parts of the world through the Middle East. And we'll make sure that they each have 15 minutes to speak, which will make this panel a real traditional expert session. And I hope we stand to learn a lot from those who have kindly joined us here to learn a bit more about the ins and outs of these different initiatives that are going on. So maybe to start with then, so there's a proliferation of sort of connectivity plans for the Middle East, I think, at the moment. And I will try to put a quick slide on the screen to basically make that visual. I hope you can see this and that it's big enough in the conference room. If not, not to worry, we can circulate it afterwards. But I mean, I've put on a single map here the 5 main initiatives, at least the land-based initiatives. Yeah. So there's the North-South Transport Corridor, of course, that links Russia with India and the Far East. There is the development road that seeks to use Iraq as a shortcut, essentially, or an alternative to the Suez Channel, and then connect basically the same areas, but also branching out into Europe. There is the more recently launched India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor that you see running through Saudi Arabia. Some of the connections already exist in Saudi Arabia itself. It's mostly about the connectivity bit between Jordan and Israel on the one hand, and then of course upgrading the connections towards India at the other end. Then there's the Trans-Caspian International Transport Route, otherwise known as the Middle Corridor, that really seeks to skirt both Russia and Iran that are both under sanctions, and then give Central Asia access to the European market. And very finally, of course, the Belt and Road Initiative, which is the most long-standing effort of these corridors that connects China with Europe via the Middle East. And there are some firm branches that are not depicted here. So how to make sense of all of this, I think, is the critical question for our panel. What drives these routes? In which state of development are they? And what do they mean from a geopolitical and geoeconomic perspective to the relevant players? And just to get us started, 2 or 3 quick thoughts, maybe a bit high over, but basically this is about diversification, I think, of the dominant logistical axes that used to exist, right? Which maritime-wise is the Suez Channel and the sea-based route that connects Europe with the Far East via the Middle East and India. And then, of course, the Belt and Road Initiative from China that basically makes the same connection through Central Asia over land. So these are not the same. You know, one gets Central Asia involved in the picture, the other doesn't. But they have been the main routes, I think, for connecting West and East across the world island, so to speak, for a long time. And it meets the interest of several players, of course. There is the issue of the resource richness of Central Asia and access to markets in Europe, but also in India and China. The Gulf energy resources, of course, come into play for some of these routes. So that's kind of some of the supply considerations. The demand considerations exist on the part of the national development and the energy needs of Southeast Asia, China, India, Europe. And how do these countries aspire to sufficiently secure supply routes to serve their national development needs? And then there is, of course, as part of that, the Gulf transformation plans in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the Emirates in particular, you know, that look for connectivity with different parts of the world in order to accelerate their own economic diversification and development. And very finally, there is sort of issues around sort of Chinese policies regarding BRI first mover advantage, but also the question of the Uyghurs in relation to Central Asia, and of course the longstanding relation with Pakistan that creates issues towards China, that towards India, I mean, that influence some of the developments. And then more recently, we've seen sanctions on Iran, sanctions on Russia, and the Houthi disruption of Red Sea maritime shipping that influence some of the strategic calculations behind these routes. On a very final note, I should probably say that some of these routes are a bit more solid than others, right? So especially the development road through Iraq only exists on paper at present. So this is just a plan. It's not even on the drawing board, I think. But useful to reflect on whose interest it would serve if elements of it were come to pass. And of course, the India, Middle East, Europe corridor through Saudi Arabia is also not operational at present yet, at least not in the envisaged form. And it's quite doubtful whether the Jordan-Israeli leg, I think, will be able to make progress under the current circumstances for the obvious reasons. So if we consider that sort of the broad lay of the land, and I will leave some of the thinking around sort of the geopolitical interests behind this, you know, to your imagination and to the subsequent presenters, it's time to dig in. And I think we're quite fortunate to have the speakers that we have, since Mohammed kindly agreed to shed some light on the Belt and Road Initiative and probably intertwined with the Middle Corridor as one of the important aspects of the equation. Albert has kindly agreed to shed some light on Saudi and Emirati, sort of logistical upgrading, land, sea, and air. And then Ajas will hopefully share some perspectives with us, from India, including on the North-South Transport Corridor. And so we should be able to cover quite significant parts of this map in sort of the next 50 minutes or so. And then hopefully we'll have few minutes left at the end for Ilya and myself to make some concluding observations based on the richness of what will be put on the table. So I think with that in mind, I will say thank you once more for having, to the audience, for having joined this session, and the speakers to be here, in particular those who were able to make it over all the way to Athens. And let's just work down the excellent presentations we've lined up. And if I may do so, Ilya, I'd hand over to Mohammed. All the speakers have exactly 15 minutes, just to make sure we finish on time, also given the constraints on the Athens end. So it would be great if you could respect that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I think for practical reasons, I think we should pass to our next remote speaker and it would be good if we just kept the speakers on the screen for the duration of the panel now. Dr. Foro, if you want to take the floor.
Hi, thanks a lot to the organizers for basically organizing this fantastic conference, and thanks for including me in this process, which is a great honor and pleasure. So I'll just quickly start with my basic assumptions, because I think whatever our analysis, we always have certain assumptions about the world and certain theoretical, conceptual, or ideological perspective, even if the speaker doesn't mention that. It's impossible to escape having that. So just for the sake of clarity, my theoretical approach is critical geography or critical geopolitics, which basically argues that geographies are constructed with both ideational and material processes. So when we talk about infrastructure, it's not only a material process, but also...
Sorry, if you could speak a bit louder, so for the clarity of the room.
Yeah, so basically my theoretical approach is critical geopolitics, which means that both ideas and matter go into the construction of a certain geography. And that covers the geo in geopolitics and geoeconomics. And then I will have 6 or 7 points depending on how much I can basically fit into the remaining 13 minutes. First, the point is, what does the BRI represent? The BRI basically, I would say, in the bigger picture of the BRI, represents a tectonic shift geoeconomically and also geopolitically speaking from the transatlantic geography to the Afro-Eurasian geography. So Afro-Eurasia, or some people call it the new Silk Road geography. And if you look at this geography, you will find that what we call the Middle East, or what a lot of people in the Middle East call West Asia, to refer to their own region, is at the very center of this geography. So in the middle of Africa, Europe, and Asia, you will have basically this region that we call the Middle East. And in the middle of this region, you will have countries like Iran, Turkey, even Greece, one could possibly geographically imagine as part of this new global epicenter, geoeconomically speaking. And many countries in the region have basically aligned their developmental visions with the BRI. Just Iran, obviously, with the 25-year strategic document that they signed. It's very vague, but at least it's a statement of purpose that they signed. Turkey has aligned the middle corridor with the BRI, which I'll talk about as my second point. Basically, all GCC countries have aligned their developmental visions with the BRI. So the Saudi 2030 vision, the Kuwaiti 2035 vision, the Omani 2040 vision. Same goes for Central Asian countries such as the Kazakhstani Nurli Jul vision, the Kyrgyzstan's 2040 vision, and so on and so forth. So you can see that in this sense, the most forceful geoeconomic initiative is, one could say, undeniably the BRI in this. For several reasons. The first mover advantage, as Erwin already mentioned, but I think there are more profound reasons why countries in the region are taking this initiative more seriously than other initiatives. I will also talk about, as my second point, the middle corridor, and then I'll go back to connecting these two together. So the middle corridor by Turkey represents also, I think, a bigger geographic identity dynamic. I don't want to call it crisis, but dynamic in Turkey. So Turkey for a long while wanted to be part of the EU, and the EU for a long while was not really super cool with that. Ultimately, it didn't happen. And in 2018, Turkey developed the Asia Anew policy, or Asia Again policy, meaning this time they wanted to go back to their Asian side of their identity, geographically speaking. And more recently, if you look at the governmental websites of Turkey, they have rebranded their country, again, geographically speaking, as an Afro-Eurasian country. So basically the same concept that I talked about in my first point. And just like I said at the beginning about my intellectual or theoretical premises, you cannot just call yourself something and say, okay, I linguistically called myself something. You have to also provide it with material reality. And I think the middle corridor provides Turkey with this material reality, at least part of the material reality of Turkey as the so-called Afro-Eurasian country is the middle corridor. And the purpose, the obvious purpose of the middle corridor is to provide an alternative for China-EU connection in a way that bypasses Iran and Turkey. But for Turkey, this is not exactly the highest priority. The highest priority is basically to have its own initiative, to align it with the BRI, and to give its Afro-Eurasian identity a certain material and ideational reality. And both Europeans and Americans are also in favor of this. But then there are bigger questions around what is the big advantage for the EU or for the US to take this corridor seriously, because ultimately this corridor is surrounded by Russia, China, and Iran, and Afghanistan, Taliban, basically. So the bigger strategic question is, and I think no one in the EU and in the US has really answered this question, like what do we want by overemphasizing the necessity or the goodness of this corridor? If we are not solving our issues with Russia, with Iran, with China, with Taliban, which surround this corridor, what's the purpose? Because economically speaking, Central Asian countries do not have a lot of weight to their economies, at least not yet. And then the other points I will go through quickly because only 7-8 minutes are left. So one of the, again, the geographic consequences of these processes is that even this region itself is rebranding its geographic identity because of these ideational and material / infrastructural processes. A lot of people in the region are increasingly referring to the region as the Middle East, because, as West Asia instead of the Middle East, because the Middle East, as you all know, is basically a Western construct that became popularized only in the second half of the previous century. It was invented at the beginning of the 20th century in the British Imperial Office. No one really took it seriously until the Eisenhower government basically started using concepts such as Near East and then Middle East. So it's really a young concept and increasingly getting dismissed by regional powers, especially when they talk to themselves and especially when they talk to other Asian countries. So when an Indian politician talks to, I don't know, Iranian or Saudi politician, you most often hear the word West Asia, or the Chinese officially call it West Asia. That's one thing. So the region is rebranding itself, and just like the Turkish situation, the region as a whole is rebranding itself to be part of the new Asian dynamic. Also, I think it's important to mention the environmental factor, that the region is basically undergoing at least one existential crisis, and I literally call it existential without exaggeration, because environmentally, if you visit the region, it's becoming increasingly unlivable in terms of the dust, the level of dust, the shortage of water and stuff like that. According to NASA research, the region is experiencing its worst environmental condition, and the region, according to NASA, is called the Greater Mediterranean region, so including Greece itself. Turkey and Iran, GCC countries and so forth, is experiencing its worst environmental condition in the last 900 years. So almost in a millennium, this is the worst moment, environmentally speaking. So put a pin on that, because I will come back to that. And then economically, the powerful states in the GCC and Iran countries, basically that are dependent on hydrocarbons, are increasingly facing an at least economic/existential crisis. Here, I'm using the word existential with a little bit of exaggeration, because environmentally, the existential element was literally serious. But here, it's more like a metaphorical type of speaking. Economically speaking, it's an existential issue, like what's going to happen to these countries in a post-hydrocarbon world, basically. Both Iran and GCC countries, which are important actors in this region, are suffering from fears of what to do next. Iran historically has a longer history of statehood, but also Iran has never been, in its 3,000 years of history, never defined as an economic powerhouse like India was in its long history, or China was. Iran has mostly been, if not exclusively, been a geopolitical powerhouse. But this is even more of an existential issue, I would say, economically speaking, for the GCC countries, that basically their statehood was more or less defined with hydrocarbon-related dynamics. And if you take these two elements, environment and economics, you will see why China is becoming increasingly the new center of gravity in the geostrategic thinking of these countries. That China has increasingly emerged as the green superpower of the world, like by far the second power after China we cannot even name. That's how far ahead China is when it comes to green technologies, and increasingly in technology itself. So not only green technologies, but technology. The recent Australian think tank report, which was funded by the EU and the US State Department, revealed that the Chinese are ahead in 57 out of 64 technology areas. And 20 years ago, it was the exact opposite. So the US was ahead in 50-some areas out of the 64. So in a matter of 2 decades, and the situation got completely reversed. And it's like a State Department, EU-funded research. This is not Chinese propaganda, if you want to think in that direction. So I think for these reasons, these countries are taking the BRI super seriously, because at least the perception, the belief is that if they want to survive environmentally/existentially.
Could we just be mindful of the time, please?
Yeah, I have time in front of me. I have 2 minutes and a half left, and now 2:25 seconds. For these reasons, basically, these countries are taking their relationship with China in general seriously, and BRI is only one dimension of that. And then for energy/environmental reasons, but also for the post-hydrocarbon economy that is becoming increasingly a necessity, not a luxury, for these countries like Iran and GCC countries. And there you have futuristic cities, and like Walter Benjamin called it, phantasmagoria of progress on the part of, I don't know, the Saudis with their Neom city, and with Kuwait with the Silk City, which is supposed to be this conglomerate of cities after the fashion of the Chinese megacities. All these real or phantasmagorical processes are basically inspired by a lot of existential fears, but also a lot of perception of China as this emerging superpower. And I think if countries, in my 1 minute that is left, if actors such as the EU, India, and the US want to compete with that, they have to first answer the question of what are they doing with their own technology, with their own green energy relationship with China, and then offer alternatives if they want to offer, if they can offer alternatives. And if they cannot, I think it's good to start thinking about how to cooperate with China. Just like the German automotive question, there are two answers for that. One group of automotive people in the industry say we have to completely ban Chinese electrical vehicles, and another group says, no, we have to work with them and steal their ideas this time, just like they stole our ideas. So I think there has to be a debate if the Western actors or India or Japan want to compete with China. They have to answer the bigger question for themselves in their relationship with China, and then they can offer alternatives. Otherwise, having a line on the map called EMEC or whatever, just like TAPI pipeline, there has always been a line on the map called the TAPI pipeline for the last 30 years, and it never materialized. It's not going to materialize if these answers are not questioned. So that's my 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And with that, I would pass the floor to Albert.
Perfect. Hi, everyone. My name is Albert. I am a research analyst at the International Institute for Strategic Studies. If you can please show the slides. Thank you to the Institute of International Relations and to Klingendel for having me, especially to Ino and to Edwin. My remarks today do not represent the views of my institute. So I'll be speaking about Saudi and Emirati logistical and connectivity ambitions. Is there a way for me to... slides?
Yes.
Perfect. So let's start with why. Why are they pursuing this agenda? Why do they want more connectivity? I think there's 4 key reasons. Connectivity serves as an insurance policy. By embedding yourself into global trade networks, you also can become more of an indispensable node. If you suffer, the global economy suffers. Connectivity also helps with resilience against economic shocks. On the other side, more offensive understanding of why they're pursuing connectivity is economic prosperity. So they have these post-oil agendas. They need to diversify their economies. So logistics, connectivity, all that's linked to industry and boosting their GDP more broadly. And then there's also the aspect of economic coercion. There's not too many clear examples yet about that, but it's possible that in the future they may use control of ports, shipping, to exercise pressure over other countries. Now let's look at how they are pursuing those connectivity efforts. I've divided my explanation into the 3 domains. Start with the air domain. So Saudi and the UAE are buying a ton of aircraft, and they're also expanding their airports. Just to give you an idea, they have over 870 aircraft on order, which is about 13 times the size of Aegean Airlines, the flag carrier of Greece. They're also expanding, as I said, in the case of the UAE, the airports in Abu Dhabi, in Dubai, and they're building a new airport in Dubai. They're investing $35 billion US. Saudi has launched a new airline. It's called Riyadh Air. And Saudi is also expanding its airports in Riyadh, Jeddah, building a new one just built a new one in Neom. And the land domain, they are also investing a lot in rail. So you have a map here. Now, why is rail important? Rail allows for the transport of much greater volumes generally than regular roads. But they also can serve as vital alternatives to disruptions of key choke points like the Strait of Hormuz or the Bab el-Mandeb. In this case, I've listed a few examples of rail projects that are either in the works or that are on paper, conceptual. You have the Had Rail and Oman Rail link between the port in Sohar, which is in Oman, that's the top right, and the Emirati rail network. You have another proposed railway connecting Duqm in Oman with Riyadh. You have the GCC railway, which has been on the works for years, but due to the Qatar blockade and the pandemic, the project slowed down, but now appears to be back on track. In the north, you have a proposed connection between Israel, Jordan, and northern Saudi Arabia as part of IMEC. And then you have the Saudi Land Bridge project, which is connecting both coasts of Saudi Arabia via Riyadh. They're also pursuing additional connectivity by investing in electricity grid connections internally within the Gulf Cooperation Council, but also with their neighbors. So, for example, the GCC Interconnection Authority is planning to connect the grid of Saudi Arabia with that of Iraq, Jordan, and Egypt, and that will allow GCC countries to export surplus electricity to these neighbors that often suffer from electricity shortages. This authority also has plans to connect to Europe in the future, and India is exploring connections with both Saudi Arabia and the UAE via undersea cables. Now, I've looked at rail, electricity grids, but there's also another component when it comes to land connectivity, which I call free zones. And the reason why I chose free zones is that free zones usually represent critical logistics nodes. They're connected to airports, to ports and rail. Just to give you an idea, in the UAE, the main free zone is called Jebel Ali Free Zone. It's right next to the port of Dubai, the port of Jebel Ali. It accounts for a third of the foreign direct investment in the UAE, a third. It also accounts for 20% of the GDP of Dubai, which is a lot. Over 10,000 businesses are operating here. So when we speak about connectivity in the UAE, a lot of it is channeled through Jebel Ali, which is the picture below. And then there's a newer free zone. It's called Khalifa Economic Zone in Abu Dhabi, which is much smaller, but it's growing very fast. Saudi also has a few of these free zones. They are more recent. I add a map here. There's two of them in the Red Sea, one in the city of Jizan next to Yemen, another one near Jeddah. It's more embryonic, but Saudi has great ambitions, and they want to set up dozens of logistics zones in the next few years. Now, these free zones are a great segue to my next section because they link both land, railway, and road transportation with the maritime domain. So what are these two countries doing, again, to strengthen connectivity efforts now in the maritime domain? We've seen air and land. I'll start with the development of domestic port capacity. So having big ports is a prerequisite in many cases for countries to strengthen their connectivity. The majority of the trade volumes are shipped via maritime routes. They do not move through land. They move through sea. In the UAE, the port of Dubai, again, Jebel Ali, began an expansion effort decades ago in the 70s and 80s, and today ranks as one of the top 10 world's busiest ports. Now, the success of Dubai is now something that Abu Dhabi and Saudi Arabia want to replicate. So you have Dubai up there, and then two actors trying to imitate what Dubai has achieved. Abu Dhabi has recently undertaken a series of expansions, beginning in the latter part of the 2010s, and they've built three major terminals. I'm listing here with some images of the expansions. These are being built by major companies such as Costco, which has been mentioned in previous panels, but also MSC and CMA-CGM. Next door, Saudi Arabia is also investing a lot. So we have the Saudi Ports Authority, which announced that they wanted to increase their TEU, the annual capacity of container throughput, from 10 million to 40 million in 8 years. Below you have a graph which shows a selection of projects in Saudi Arabia, of port expansion or port construction projects, just to give you an idea of how much they're investing. Reflecting this, Saudi has moved from the 24th to 16th position in container throughput rankings in the past few years. And let's say that the new darling of Saudi Arabia is a port in the Red Sea coast that's called King Abdullah Port. It's very close to Jeddah, and it's a port that ranked #1 as the most efficient container port in the world in 2021. So a big surprise for many. The thing is, the Red Sea crisis is raising some doubts about the feasibility of expansion plans and investments in the Red Sea. They're not just investing in ports at home, they're also buying ports abroad, and many, many terminals, and not just in the region, but throughout the world. So as I mentioned before, DP World is the pioneer. They did this 2 decades ago. In 2005, they bought P&O, and that's where their international expansion really began. Since then, DP World has continued growing, but they've also moved vertically into the logistics chain, and now they present themselves not as a port operator, but rather as a logistics solutions provider. So they own truck companies, they own railways, they own warehouses, and they try to present themselves as from farm to fork. So they own the whole supply chain in many cases. As of today, DP World handles about 10% of containers worldwide, 10%. Now, it has remained unrivaled in the Arabian Peninsula up until very recently. In 2021, its neighboring port operator, neighboring because Dubai is one of the 7 emirates in the UAE, Abu Dhabi is the capital, and Abu Dhabi set up its own port operator, which started an international expansion process in 2021. Since then, they've acquired terminals in places like Angola, Egypt, Jordan, Pakistan, Spain, Sudan, and the DRC in a span of 3 to 4 years. You can see in this slide, just in Egypt, the investments and preliminary agreements that the Abu Dhabi Ports has signed in the past couple of years for over around 10 terminals only in Egypt. So this is quite significant. In Saudi, we have Red Sea Gateway Terminal, which is the name of the main port operator in Saudi Arabia. And they're also investing some money in Bangladesh. They have plans to buy some terminals in India, Middle East, Africa. So the key point here is that they're not just investing at home, they're also putting a lot of money into buying terminals abroad. And that is significant because, as I said, this potentially gives them more leverage over other countries. They can, at some point decide to redirect trade into their own home ports or use that as tools of coercion. In addition to this, the 2 countries have been very successful at encouraging major shipping companies to establish themselves and set the regional basis in their growing ports. This matters because once these shipping companies are based in a specific port, they often choose to reroute their services through those terminals where they either are operators or where they own logistics parks, because it makes sense from a business perspective. You can see here, for instance, Saudi has attracted numerous investments from major shipping lines into building mostly logistics parks. The UAE has been more successful at attracting investment into terminals, not just logistics parks. And then the fourth element of the equation of the maritime connectivity is expanding into shipping networks and feeder divisions. Again, this helps with the broader picture of strengthening the maritime connectivity. When I mean shipping networks, this means ensuring that more shipping lines reroute through your own ports and they stop at Saudi and Emirati ports. For example, in Saudi Arabia, in 2021, there are only 30 shipping services stopping at Saudi ports, but this has been expanding very rapidly. And the intention is that in the next few years, they want to reach 150, which would mean 5 times the figure of 2021. They're moving fast. The UAE is also moving very fast, especially there's a lot of growth in the port of Abu Dhabi. They're also buying ships. So that's the second section of the slide. It's the feeder divisions. Feeders are basically ships that help you redistribute cargo from a big port into smaller regional ports. And in the past few years, these big terminal operators have also been buying ships. In some cases, they charter them. In other cases, they buy these ships. But this again gives them a lot of leverage into deciding what goes where. Here you can see a few figures. The UAE has invested a lot more in it. Saudi is again still starting, but there is a lot of potential. And I'll conclude with a couple of thoughts. So first, I hope that the presentation showed how these connectivity efforts in these 3 domains are strengthening Emirati and Saudi, their logistical ambitions and agendas. And this is again reflected in connectivity rankings, such as the one you can see here. Saudi has moved from 52nd to 38th, and the UAE is now 7th worldwide when it comes to logistics performance. There are more indices, this is just one of them. And then the other key idea looking into the future is what does the Red Sea crisis mean for all of this? I don't think that the impact is clear-cut. I think there are both good and bad news. The bad news are, especially for Saudi Arabia, all the investments in the Red Sea, such as King Abdullah Port, are going to suffer from this, and they are suffering. There's data out there that show the decline in volumes. But then there's positive news as well. So Saudi has compensated the loss of volume through Jeddah, for instance, in the Red Sea, by rerouting it through Persian Gulf ports. And so the port of Dammam in the Persian Gulf has seen record levels of volumes. Jebel Ali in the UAE has also benefited significantly. And then it could also be good news for corridors like IMED, which my colleagues will mention later on. And that's it for me. Thank you.
And moving on to our last speaker, Mr. Ayazwani.
I'm Ajazwani from India. I will try to summarize India's initiatives in Middle East as well as Eurasia, because China is the ghost and we have been facing it and we have resisted it in the northern borders from last 4 years. And finally, they have vacated our land. So what are our initiatives? Why they are important? That is, especially when it comes to connectivity in current times when there are sanctions, there are non-state actors doing hurdles in Red Sea and sanctions on Iran, sanctions on Northern Corridor. So I will try to highlight how India is tackling these things. First of all, India will be 10 trillion economy by 2030, and by 2035, India will try to be 15 trillion economy, because the growth rate India is having from last 5 years is showing so. According to World Bank, this year, the growth rate of India will remain above 7. Next year, it will be up in between 7 and 8. And in 2026, it will be in between 7 and 8. Given that growth targets, to keep those targets intact, and given the geopolitical volatility in Red Sea, conflicts in Eurasia, so India tries to have its own path. It is not after Red Sea crisis that IMEC became IMEC. It was from 2000 onwards. If we see here, Chabhar port, it was in doldrums from 2002, but recently, in 2024, we did a 10 years contract on Chabhar port with Iran. So to expand its capacity to reach to 18 million tons in next phase. And it is having economic advantage for India as well as Eurasia. According to estimates of 2017, when I did a field survey, it was 170 billion. If there is connectivity between Eurasia, Greater Eurasia and India, it will be 170 billion. Nowadays, it may be above 300 billion. Now, if we see this graph, in 2023-24, the port handled around 6,059 TEUs as compared to 9,126 TEUs in 2023, an increase of 558%. So even first half of this 2024, Chabhar port received 25,788 TEUs and bulk handling crossed 1.5 million metric tons. Now, India has tried to connect this Chabhar port with Central Asia as well as Eurasia and Europe. But sanctions after 2008 changed the philosophy which was behind the Chabhar port as well as Instead. Because sanctions created disruptions and disrupted the major railway line which was connecting Chabhar with Zaidan. The 678 kilometers long line which is still under construction, and it is now being constructed by Iran because Indian railway organization has to buckle up because of the sanctions and because of certain administrative problems with Iran. Now, if Chabhar port will be connected to Instead because there is a link from Chabhar to Zaidan, it will be connected within the next 2 years. It can counter Chabhar port, not only can counter Gwadar port and BRI, but also it can bypass the China-Pakistan axis in its northern borders. Because Pakistan has always said no when India tried to have some sort of connectivity with Eurasia. Now, at times, US has given some waiver to India because to checkmate China and checkmate BRI's influence in Eurasia. In 2018, we saw that we get some waiver from USA on Chabhar port. Now, most important, there are challenges in this. One is regional stability, whether it is Middle East, whether it is Caucasus region. In Caucasus region, we have seen war between Armenia and Azerbaijan. Now, China is trying to have more influence over Georgia by getting some of the contractors in Batumi port and other ports of Georgia, which connect to Georgia with EU. Second thing is, China has made heft over Central Asia, but forced to integrate Central Asia. If we see recent World Bank report, the least integrated region of the world is Central Asia. But somehow the sanctions implemented on Iran, it is my own understanding, has helped China to be a major power in Eurasia as well as Iran. I will give best example. Last month, a train from Chinese part of Turkestan, that is Xinjiang, went through Kazakhstan to Turkmenistan, then from Turkmenistan to Iran, then to Middle East. It took Chinese train only 5 days to reach to Iranian port, and from there it was sent to Middle East. So, given those things, I think I have written it and I have every time citrused on it, that whatsoever is invested in Chabhar by India should be taken as strategic investment, not as an investment which will help Iran, but it should be a strategic investment for EU as well as USA as well as India. Then we can curtail Chinese influence in Middle East as well as Indian Ocean. Because they have Gawada, they have Humboldt, they have port in Bangladesh, they have ports everywhere in Indian Ocean. So that is why Chabhar is the linchpin of sovereignty, is India's geostrategic policy and geoeconomic policy in Eurasia as well as Middle East. Tomorrow, if we go through the Chabhar, Chabhar is only 550 nautical miles away from India's Mundra port in Gujarat. Second thing, this port is outside of the Strait of Hormuz. And it is in one of the deep sea ports. That can, if tomorrow there will be conflict between Iran and Middle East, that cannot have a lot of impact. Because Strait of Hormuz can have impact between Middle East and Iran. It cannot have impact. Second thing, if INSTEC will be completed, because there is a lot of work now going on in INSTEC after sanctions on Russia. Because northern corridor is now going nowhere. European companies are not using it if we see the data. So after 2022, what Russia did? Russia gave state loan to Iran to complete INSTEC, western route of INSTEC. That is from Astara to Astara, the 164-kilometer line that will connect Russia to Iran. Because Iran don't have money. So now Russia is helping them, bailing out them to develop that line. And once INSTEC will be completed, that route will be completed, India can connect with middle corridor to go through middle corridor to European Union. Either via Georgia or through Turkey. Another important thing, because we have seen with before start, IMEC has faced the problem because of Gaza war or Israel-Palestine war. IMEC still needs a lot of investment to have 20% of the cargo shifting through it, that is shifting via Red Sea. Because we need new ports, new logistic hubs, new railways. But countries involved in IMEC, it is not only what I mean to say, a connectivity corridor. It is a corridor where we can have digital connectivity, we can have cyber security, we can have undersea cables. So we have to think in those terms. And finally, what we are saying, de-risking or decoupling with China. I think India has been doing it from 2013, when China violated the sovereignty of India by investing in Pak-occupied Kashmir. Because when we compare India's initiatives, connectivity initiatives with China's BRI, China's BRI is hegemonic. They grab the resources, they betray the countries, while India's connectivity initiatives, whether it is Chabhar, whether it will be IMEC or INSTEC, they are consultative, they are progressive. There is nothing under table. Everything is above the table. Thank you.
Evan, would you like to sort of reflect on just make a small summary on the panel?
That's an ambitious objective. So no, maybe not a summary, but I will be very happy to share 2 or 3 thoughts that you can maybe complement afterwards. I mean, I think what is really interesting is that there is a huge amount of activity and dynamism going around in and through the region that is very different, I think, as Mohammed observed at the beginning, from the habitual sort of Euro transatlantic centric view on global trade, right? So there is a lot being set in motion, I think, that will have and has already had very significant consequences in sort of the multiple orientations that many countries in the region will seek to maintain, with the focus of gravitas being probably on China. So I think that's useful to keep in mind as we will see the Trump administration entering office and probably try to, sort of cut down at least on direct interaction, investment, trade, and so on, connectivity between China and the US. But ultimately, if they're serious, we'll also try to have a go at, sort of third parties, which will be really hard, I think, in this particular configuration that we've just been discussing. It might even accelerate it, just as someone said that, sanctions on Iran have, of course, allowed China to increase its profile and up its game in both Central Asia and Iran itself, with the usual caveats that not everything that's promised has actually been happening. So that's interesting. What also struck me as a very interesting point is how the Gulf states are using these free trade zones basically as places of linkage in several regards, right? Not just between different modes of transport, air, sea, rail, and so on, but also between sanctioned and non-sanctioned countries, at least sanctioned by the US and the EU. To basically attract investment and business from 3 different continents, right, through the regulatory regimes that they've put in place to service, different approaches to business, different kind of requirements, and so on. So these are just a couple of things that struck me, but I think for like, I'm not sure whether even an overall reflection is useful because there are so many different elements in play. But I think one thing that we probably have to think of a little harder is how all these ongoing projects will eventually, sort of impact the geopolitical and geoeconomic balance in the region, right? And whether that might trigger, things like regional stabilization, as for example, some of the Gulf state modernization plans seek to do, or rather enhance tensions in the long run, because some places will be better connected than others. Other than that, there was a wonderful set of interventions, very rich, and I really appreciated them. I hope they contributed a little bit to the success of the conference. And over to you, Ilya, I think.
Yeah, we're pressed for time. It's a pity we can't have a broader discussion. I would like just a small summary before we close. I keep from the first presentation the fact that our ideas and visions also determine our infrastructure and provide a material base for our competing geographies and visions. I keep also from Albert, that especially on what we call the Middle East and is now more often called Western Asia, there is a new vision of connectivity that looks far into the future, and it's key to the transition of oil and resource-dependent economies into forging another identity, and it's polycentric. And I keep from your presentation that unless we learn to see the Europe from the eyes of India, we might miss certain calculations. I know Jabahar was exempted by the first Trump administration from sanctions. One of the reasons being that it was a key for Afghanistan's economy to reach to the global markets. And India has been forced to pursue the same vision without US support or European support. And it was the West that let down the Indians, not the other way around. So I think it's a good thing to have panels that are more polycentric and anchored in Europe, but not only European. And thank you very much for putting this together, Ving. Thank you.
I think we can start our last panel. Please. Yeah? Bugger. Is Bugger online? No.
Yes, I am. I hope you can hear me.
Is Bugger online? Okay, here he is. Okay. We can actually start this is the last session, the last panel, and it is entitled Maritime Security. We know that maritime security is a novel term of current international interest, as we can say, in international politics, and it is the focus of our panel today. Although there is no clear definition of the term maritime security, it has already received very much interest between the states because it has to do with threats coming from state and non-state actors. So this is something that it is calling for immediate encountering and of course immediate protection in order to leave these threats out of the sea. So question is to identify first of all what maritime security is, and of course to see how we can transfer this maritime security into the corpus of the law of the sea, because it is absent, this term and the content of this term, from the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, as they will say the panelists today. And of course, we can see that something is being examined, how to make it part of the law of the sea that includes also this maritime security. Maritime security means, first of all, threats coming from novel threats, like terrorism, like refugee flows, like other threats coming from climate change or whatever else. But this is the need to find out what is the international protection to be considered. So, and of course, protection means, first of all, to protect and secure states. Secure means, of course, human security, marine environmental security as well. We have three distinguished panelists today to speak about this. First of all, we have Christian Buger, actually, professor of international relations, maritime security and ocean governance at the University of Copenhagen. Professor Buger has completed a report. Part of this, or parts of this, is going to present this to us today. Second speaker is, to my right, Sofia Galani. Sofia Galani is an assistant professor of public international law. She is an author and co-author of books and articles of maritime security, and it is deemed also an expert on maritime security. The other person who is also to my right is Akis Papastavridis. He is the new faculty member, actually, because today he has been elected. He is very fresh. He has been elected as assistant professor at the law faculty of the University of Athens, and we warmly congratulate you for that. And he has been also elected unanimously, which makes his candidacy very stronger and of course promising young academic in the public international law. Well, first of all, we have to start with Professor Buger, and talk to us, Professor, talk to us about, my dear colleague, talk to us about, first of all, the report or whatever else you have also prepared for today.
Thank you so much. I do hope you can hear me loud and clearly. Yes? You can hear me? I do hope so.
Yes, I can say
yes.
yes.
Okay, wonderful.
Actually, I cannot hear you well, but it's not. I'm not a common. Yes.
Oh, okay, wonderful. It's a great pleasure to be here today, and what a shame I cannot be with you in Athens today. So let me start a little bit in talking about why maritime security actually matters. Why is it so important? As no earlier time in human history, we are so dependent on the sea as we have never, ever been before. We're depending on shipping. We're depending on subsea data cables for our digital connectivities. We are increasingly depending on energy from the sea, and that used to be oil and gas, but quite obviously now it is increasingly wind energy. And the more we are becoming dependent on the sea for our economies, lifestyles, and so on, the higher the vulnerabilities to us. And that quite obviously includes, if you look into the news, it includes attacks in the Red Seas that have a dramatic impact on shipping, but it also includes incidents such as the Evergreen, for instance, a couple of years ago, that blocked the Suez Canal and it was rightfully described as a world loss event. So these are the things that we're talking about when considering maritime security, of how to safeguard shipping, how to safeguard our energy security, and so on. Now, we have just published actually also a book with Oxford University Press that is called Understanding Maritime Security. And what we're trying to show in the book is the history of maritime security, first of all. And it stretches back to the 1990s, where there were first major concerns over piracy. Initially, it was in Southeast Asia and the Strait of Malacca, and that has had an initial impact on shipping. In the early 2000s, the main issue became maritime terrorism. We had a couple of terrorism incidents, including on passenger ships, but it also brought us the question of how can terrorists actually exploit the sea, smuggle weapons, smuggle people, or even stage attacks at sea. Fortunately, the last major attack happens almost 20 years ago. A large part of the agenda then became questions of transnational organized crime at sea, and that was closely linked initially to Somali piracy and the security situation in the Western Indian Ocean, but very soon it broadened out as an agenda, and irregular migration and people smuggling in the Mediterranean came on the agenda, piracy elsewhere, in particular in the Gulf of Guinea, but also the tremendous impact of smuggling activities, such as smuggling of narcotics, and also environmental crimes such as illegal fishing, but also various types of pollution crimes. So this, in a nutshell, is the maritime security agenda, what is on it, and in many ways it is with us in the since the 1990s. So the book actually ends in pointing out a number of trends that shape the security environment at sea. And this includes the growing automation of maritime activities and digitalization. That means today, when we're talking about maritime security, we also need to feature in cyber security. Then, secondly, the rise of new technologies, in particular the weapon technologies, but also navigation technologies, which provides a new spectrum of threats. Thirdly, the growing number of infrastructures at sea. And that includes, as I've mentioned already, it includes energy infrastructures, it includes subsea data cables, and so on. And that in many ways changes the face of many ocean environments. And for instance, in the North Sea, we are literally running out of space. And that is a new strategic environment for maritime security. Other challenges, quite obviously, are linked to the multiple crises that the oceans are facing. And that includes the biodiversity loss crisis, but also climate change that will have a tremendous impact on the maritime environment. Last but not least, we are seeing over the last 10 to 15 years a growing phenomenon that is often described as hybrid warfare or gray zone warfare. And that is really tricky because in many ways it blurs the established legal categories at sea and brings us a new type, a new range of challenges out at sea. Now, the report that was already referred to was published with the United Nations Institute for Disarmament Research, and it actually only came out 2 weeks ago, and I warmly invite you to download it on the UNIDIR website. And what we're trying to do in this report is to continue this line of reasoning. Yes, there are these master trends at sea, but what does it actually mean for the future, for the emerging challenges that we are dealing with in the maritime security agenda? That first of all, implies that challenges such as piracy, terrorism, interstate disputes, and so on, they will not go away. They will need continued attention, including, for instance, in the UN Security Council, but also in many other UN agencies. The report lays out 20 emerging challenges. And quite obviously, I do not have the time today to talk you through these 20 challenges. So I really invite you to read the report to get a better understanding of these. So let me just pick out two of these. Both of them are relatively timely. The first one, yesterday, we had a bit of a spooky anniversary because it was exactly 1 year that we are now witnessing attacks on shipping by the Houthi group in the Red Sea. It is 1 year now. And I think the Red Sea crisis really points us to at least two major challenges. First of all, non-state actors are increasingly exploiting the vulnerabilities at sea, and it is extremely difficult to deal with them and to respond. The mighty US Navy, the new European operation, has not managed to stop attacks. Ships continue to be attacked. At least 2 of them sank so far, which then entails environmental risks. However, there's also a second trend within the Red Sea crisis, and that is the availability of new, cheaply manufactured uncrewed vessels. And what we can see in the news is that even Navy officials have been quite impressed by the weapon technology that the Houthis have been capable to develop over this year. So here we are looking at the availability of newly, cheaply manufactured weapon technology that poses tremendous threats to the marine environment and maritime activities. So 2 challenges here. The second one I would like to flag is even more timely, and that relates to what is currently happening in the Baltic Sea. Over the last 2 days, 2 subsea data cables in the Baltic Sea were disrupted. It is still an ongoing investigation, but defense officials are quite convinced now that we are looking at deliberate acts of sabotage. There's a suspicious vessel has been identified, which operates under Chinese flag. Quite obviously, this is an ongoing investigation, but it points us to the fact that maritime infrastructures increasingly are seen as targets of deliberate attack within the spectrum of gray zone or hybrid operations. And this is a major challenge, because we need to ask ourselves, how can we better protect maritime infrastructure? But how can we also deal with the fact that everyone depends on these infrastructures? We all want internet, we all need green energy, and so on. So this is basically then also part of a collective maritime security agenda. And part of the point that the report with the United Nations Institute for Disarmament Research makes is we can step up our game at the United Nations of how we handle maritime security challenges. We need new and better forums for discussing maritime security challenges, such as internet cables, but also shipping risks. And I really do hope that 2025 will be a window of opportunity for the maritime security agenda, because for a very first time, 4 major maritime nations will go into the United Nations Security Council, and that includes Greece, it includes Denmark, both major shipping countries, it includes Panama, a major flag state, and it also includes Somalia that has kind of like a long, rich experience with maritime insecurity and how to deal with it. I do hope this gives you a brief overview of what maritime security is, why it matters, and what are the challenges that we now need to pay attention to, and that we actually need to start identifying collective solutions for. I thank you very much for your attention. Big thank you for the invitation again, and I very much look forward to questions and comments later on. Thank you very much.
We thank you, Christian Brugger, for this very interesting presentation. And I thought well, we have some questions also to make from the public when we finish up with all these presentations. So next is Professor Sofia Galani.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much to everyone for sticking around, although I understand that we have to make it on time so that you are able to go back home. I'm very happy that we have this conversation on maritime security, because maritime security is a concept that is very much evolving, and that requires our constant attention. Christian has already mentioned a number of threats that we knew, such as piracy and irregular migration, but he also referred to new threats, and I strongly encourage you to read the report that he wrote, because there are a number of new threats that we need to consider, because these new threats will consider new solutions to the problems that they create. If one wants to understand this changing nature of the concept of maritime security, they have to read the reports of the EU on maritime security strategy. The 2014 report, that was the first report that the EU published on maritime security, focuses very much on transnational criminal activities. So, for example, drugs trafficking, irregular migration, or other unlawful activities at sea, such as illegal fishing or piracy. But then when one reads the 2023 report, we see that actually the EU focuses on these threats. But at the same time, it included new threats. So, for example, there are references to cybersecurity attacks and attacks to critical maritime infrastructure. The EU is obviously affected by the war in Ukraine, and it has realized that there are new threats to consider. So, for example, it mentioned the sabotage of the Nord Stream pipeline, and it also made references to the need to protect subsea cables. And Christian mentioned already the incident that occurred a few days ago, and led to Denmark arresting a Chinese vessel suspected of causing damage to the subsea cables in the Baltic Sea. Now, the situation is even more complicated in the Eastern Mediterranean Sea. Why is that? For different reasons. First of all, in the Eastern Mediterranean Sea, we have a lot of these traditional threats. Why? Because of the strategic location of the region. The maritime routes in the region connect Europe, the Middle East, and Africa, and smugglers use these routes in order to smuggle drugs, weapons, people to or from Europe. The other the other issue that is of interest in the region is the fact that over the last few years, the states in the region compete for natural resources. So there have been a lot of discoveries of untapped resources, and states have been very keen to move forward and explore these resources for the benefit of the national economies and their citizens. At the same time, the energy crisis led states in the region to consider alternative ways of transferring energy. So, for example, we saw the efforts for the Great Sea Interconnector that will travel electricity and will connect Israel, Cyprus, and Greece. The problem, however, is that in our region, we lack cooperation, interstate cooperation. Cooperation is a key element for all the efforts to enhance maritime security. It is important and it is expected of states to come together in order to protect each other from threats that originate from non-state actors and criminals. Professor Liakouras has already mentioned that these threats are important threats, so states are required to come together to protect each other from these threats. In this region, unfortunately, this is not possible. And this is not possible because states still have unresolved maritime boundary disputes. And this makes it very difficult for us, to cooperate with each other. A classic example here is the dispute between Greece and Turkey. The two countries have not resolved the problem of their maritime boundaries, and this in practice means that they compete, they cannot cooperate when it comes to areas where they have overlapping claims. The recent incident in Casus, for example, showed that actually states are not able to cooperate. I mean, you have Greece and an Italian scientific vessel considering where to lay submarine cables, and then you have Turkey sending warships to monitor or harass these efforts, which shows that it's impossible for us to cooperate on that front. At the same time, we have another very unique characteristic in the region, and this has to do with the fact that we have two entities that are not states or cannot or should not be recognized as states. And of course, the first one is the northern part of Cyprus that is occupied by Turkey. And Turkey has been making claims on behalf of this part of Cyprus. This complicates cooperation efforts and it undermines the efforts of Cyprus as an independent state to invest in the region and promote maritime security in the Eastern Mediterranean Sea. At the same time, we have the problem of Palestine. Palestine wants to make its own claims in terms of maritime zones, but of course the most important problem at the moment is the conflict between Israel and the Hamas. A conflict which has expanded. It now includes Lebanon, it includes attacks from Iran, and it includes the involvement of Houthis that Christian has already mentioned. The Houthi attacks do not take place in the Mediterranean Sea, but the problem is that they do affect the Mediterranean Sea because blocking the Bab el-Mandeb Strait means that vessels cannot enter or exit the Mediterranean Sea without problems. And that, of course, creates significant risks in shipping and maritime security in the broader region. So what can be done? I mean, Greece is a member of the EU. It's a member of NATO, and it has a very strong place within the International Maritime Organization, which is a very important player in terms of maritime safety and security. But in my view, Greece should do more to enhance its own capabilities. In order to invest in critical infrastructure, it will have to invest in its own capabilities, it will have to improve its monitoring capacities, it will have to invest more in unmanned systems and improve its maritime domain awareness, in order to be in a position to promote maritime security. It's not important, there is a perception that if you invest in this kind of projects, if you explore your natural resources, then that makes you a strong player. In my view, this is not enough. I mean, in order to invest in these projects and do that in an effective way, then that means that you have to improve your capabilities. You need to protect this infrastructure. And this also includes legal resilience. So in terms of legal measures, Greece should also consider how to move forward. And this is equally important because, as Professor Liakouras highlighted, UNCLOS is not a document that provides solutions when it comes to maritime security. It has its own challenges, And that means that Greece will have to consider how to move forward in order to actually protect and achieve what it wants to do in the region. And in the interest of time, I will stop here and leave some time for questions.
Actually, you have plenty of time yet, but okay. You give it to the public in order to make questions after that, because you referred in all the framework that we discussed today, and of course you centered your analysis in Eastern Mediterranean and all the problems that exist in terms of security, and because threat is not only the illegal immigration, as you said, but it is also the conflicting claims that different countries create between them, because we have mostly the area is really undelimited. And of course, in one part of the area, we have actually two overlapping delimitation agreements between the illegal between Turkey and Libya, and the other, which is absolutely legal, which is the delimitation between Egypt and Greece. Yes, the problem now is also the question of the continued war between Israel and Gaza, and probably with parts of Lebanon. So yes, we have all this increasing, let's say, parts of the area that are under threat. So, Akis Papastavridis, you have the microphone and you have the floor as well.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for your very warm welcome and very kind words. And very many thanks to the organizers for their kind invitation. I'm going to pick up on what Sophia was saying and also Christian before. Christian, map out all the threats to maritime security very eloquently, and Sophia touched upon the issues of the EU strategy on maritime security and what are the problems in our region. What I'm going to do in the next 10 minutes is just to highlight, because we don't have time to exhaust all the legal analysis of the available means, but try to pick up a couple of model developments and novel means we have in order to address these maritime security threats, specifically when it comes to the European Union context. This is also part of our research project that we concluded in the University of Athens called EU Maritime Security Post-2020, and we had a workshop last week. So in order to the European Union and the European Union agencies, including EU member states like Greece, to address issues and threats of maritime security, which are ranging from traditional threats like a smuggling of migrants or smuggling of drugs to novel threats like cybersecurity, attacks to critical infrastructure. There have been various means that the states are coming up and they are actually advancing. Two of these, which also are relevant to Greece and to our region here, is the Mediterranean Sea. The first one is the development and the modernization of maritime domain awareness, which Sophia mentioned before. As well as what we call the privatization, the use of private entities in the fight against organized crime at sea. So with respect to the first one, how you enhance maritime domain awareness, it is there have been always cases where and this has come, and practitioners in the room may attest to this. There have been always methods trying to have a vision at sea, be it automatic identification system coming from vessel or other vessel tracking system like a long-range identification tracking system, or what the International Maritime Organization has actually set out for member states to impose on their vessels. But today we also have the use of drones. That Sophia mentioned, this is something that Greece should invest on it. We have the use of all this, unmanned or uncrewed, to use gender-free language, maritime systems and aircrafts. We do also have satellites, and we have satellites imageries coming from, let's say, the European Space Agency, And all these are fed to, when it comes to Europe, to the European Border Surveillance System, which feeds information to National Coordination Center of each member states, where they actually, now what is also very important today is that they can correlate all this data that you're taking. And we had in the previous workshop last week, there was one Rear Admiral who was saying, retired admiral was saying that now, usually before that, we had like 3 screens, and we're looking one information from one screen, the other information from the other screen. Now we have also, with the use of AI technologies, we also can have one single vision. So we can have eyes at sea, which is, it's great. It gives you great opportunities for to have what we call maritime domain awareness, to know when people will be leaving Libya to come to Italy and the European Union states, when vessels are fleeing areas like Libya, Egypt, Turkey to come to our region, right? Where there will be issues of maybe also search and rescue distress issues, or vessels they are not known, they cannot be identifiable. They don't have any signs like tracking system like I'm MV Saiga and I'm sending my signal. So we can have a better picture at sea, which is amazing. But there's always a but. With opportunities, there come also responsibilities and duties. And this, I think, is a game changer also when it comes to something which many in the room, particularly my friends here, loves human rights at sea, right? So you before that, when there was a distress signal, and we have a specific example which is not very music to our ears, which is the Andriana shipwreck, Pilos shipwreck last year, right? So before all these new methods that you can use, when there was a distress signal, you could say, yes, I don't have any assets there to verify whether this vessel is in distress. I will call other vessels and we'll try to find out whether this indeed a situation of distress. Nowadays, you can have, like what happened in Pilos, an unmanned Frontex airplane, right? There to spot the vessel, like an Andriana vessel, or you can have satellite images, right? That you can see that there is a vessel in distress. This, however, brings the responsibilities of the state, which is the responsibilities of the state under the law of the sea, because you can more easily verify that there is a distress situation which has specific legal consequences, like to launch a search and rescue operation, but also under human rights law, right? Because this can enhance the argument that these persons are within the jurisdiction under, for example, Article 1 of the European Convention on Human Rights. Therefore, Greece or other states have a responsibility to do the utmost they can do in order to rescue these people's lives. So the point is that modern technologies is a blessing. I won't say curse, because I think it's always we are in favor of human rights, and we should be, right? But we have to also try to reconceptualize how our rules of engagements, how the Navy operations, the coastal operations will operate, because we have now these tools that can bring also duties. Now, moving to the second part of my presentation, I will expedition, don't worry, Chair, is the use of private means. Navies and coast guards, I mean, they do have a lot of operations, specifically when it comes to states like Greece or other states, Italy, Spain, in the southern part of the Mediterranean Sea, of European borders. They do have assets that they have to deploy in various operations. One easy way to somehow to bypass this problem is to use private vessels, to charter private assets, be it airplanes, but mainly ships, to do patrolling at sea. This has been at the plans of Frontex. This has not materialized yet, but it will be in the future. But this has been already the case with the European Fisheries Control Agency when it inspects fishing vessels. They have 3 private boats that they are chartered for a specific period. They're flagged to Portugal. There are European Union inspectors on board the boat, right? And they're doing inspections pursuant to EU legislation and international law. And this is, again, a blessing because states do not have to send their, their navies out there. EU can pay money to private assets and charter private assets sent to member states and do their job. On the other hand, it's a very complex issue when it comes to who is liable when something goes wrong, right? Because it is a private vessel, which is sometimes is commanded and controlled by a member state. Other time will be commanded and controlled by the European Fisheries Control Agency in Vigo, EU, right? So the question is, if there is something goes wrong, who is going to pay the bill, right? Will it be the European Union? Will it be the member state? Will it be the private contractor? All these are very complex questions, which I don't have the time to analyze here. But I want to showcase here is that there is, I think privatization is the future. And this has been not only the case in Europe. Christian might know other situations. There has been, many NGOs that they are deployed in Ecuador, in Comoros Island, in other parts of Africa. And it's the future, right? As the private security companies, similarly, it is the future for law enforcement at sea. So I think, again, it's a very, room for research and opportunities for very interesting conversations when it comes to this kind of privatization. On this note, and again, with many thanks to my colleagues and the organizers, I will stop and we may have time for Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you, Akis. Thank you, Akis, for another excellent presentation. Yes, we have so many things to discuss about. You mentioned, for example, search and rescue. And of course, you referred to period. And you referred also to piracy. And before, Sophia referred to maritime security. All of this go to one, let's say, problem that these UNCLOS, the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea, need some supplementary addition. Sophia and I were in favor of that. You are against, we know that. But this is...
Don't touch UNCLOS.
Yes, don't touch UNCLOS. Yes, but UNCLOS cannot say, for example, today piracy is totally different than the piracy that was incorporated Montamont from 1958 Geneva Convention. So it is outdated in any case. It's not a matter of interpretation. Somalia in 2010 showed that this is not the way we can cope with piracy, because piracy is completely different today than piracy that was in the past. So this is one thing. Search and rescue, also the same thing, because we had so many people that sank in the sea, and they were at stress for so many days. So we could cope with this and find something in order to, let's say, get out of this. So you mentioned also use of drones. That means new technology. Okay. And then also you mentioned other things that really are around this question of how to get, let's say, an updating of this convention. When I say we need a supplementary, it doesn't mean that it is, of course, it has to be, it is to say, let's have UNCLOS revisited. And then, because this is not the first time that UNCLOS will be revised. It was the first time that was revised was the one that culminated in 1994 agreement on how to implement UNCLOS. Okay, I stop here. So now time to receive. Yes, please respond.
Very quickly, I mean, I will quote my professor, Professor Evans. We had this conversation a couple of years ago, and a couple of years ago, UNCLOS entered its 40s. And as Malcolm said, it's having a midlife crisis. Okay, the convention is old. It's old. It was a convention that was drafted back in the 1970s. And now in 2024, we rely on this convention to deal with technology, unmanned systems, climate change, human rights at sea, shadow fleets, all these things that were not in the mind of the states when they drafted the convention, either because they weren't interested in dealing with some of these issues, okay? Or because these issues did not exist back then. Now, as Aki said, and I agree with that, interpretation is always a very helpful tool to keep an instrument in pace with changes. But we do have to admit that UNCLOS becomes very problematic when it comes to a lot of these issues. And no matter how hard we try to keep up with the developments, UNCLOS does create problems. And one of these problems, for example, is flag states and flags of convenience. We do rely on flag states to tackle maritime security threats on the high seas because flag states have exclusive jurisdiction on the high seas. But then we all know that flags of convenience are not able or willing to do inspections, to do checks, to make sure that the vessels actually comply with the requirements of UNCLOS and other international instruments such as the IMO. So this is the reality, and we need to consider, if not changing UNCLOS, which is extremely difficult, to at least complement UNCLOS in different ways. Otherwise, we're left with a legal gap. Akis doesn't believe in gaps, but I do. And I think that we need to consider ways forward.
Yes, to have a legal gap is easy, but to have a legal vacuum is the difficult thing. That's why this is the problem. But anyway, not to get yes,
a short right of reply. I beg to differ, my dear friends. You know, it is a recurring conversation we have with my colleagues, but I think it's interesting also for the broader audience. UNCLOS is like the constitution, right? It has a constitution. It has also, there's no legislative body in international law, but there are competent international organizations which can issue decisions, new treaties, regimes. For example, the very recent climate change advisory opinion of ITLOS, right, which tried to read UNCLOS in the light of the climate change developments and challenges, which actually refer to the very general accepted international standards that UNCLOS includes under Part 12, and try to read them evolutively and read them in the light of new developments and new challenges and new instruments. Similar when it comes to, let's say, autonomous vessels. If IMO at the end, comes with a treaty that will actually somehow regulate autonomous maritime systems, this will be read, also UNCLOS will be read by subsequent practice of state, by subsequent agreements, what we teach in our students in the National Public International Law classes, right, BCFT. So to come to close this out, I mean, I think that UNCLOS as a constitution is an instrument which we should not change. Law, as every legal system, has methods to adapt, to adjust, and to evolve, right? And it has already done in many respects, right? With advisory opinions, with other cases. The South China case was fantastic in this regard. So I'm not so pessimistic, right, when it comes to gaps, vacuum, or...
But some renovation it needs, okay?
Yes, okay.
Some renovation. Actually, we come from different schools of thought. That's why we say different things. Anyway, please, questions. 1, 2, 3. Yes. Huh? Ah, yes. Our colleague from online. Christian.
Thank you so much. It's always difficult to participate in a conversation sitting in some other space. Just very briefly on the UNCLOS question. I'm a political scientist with a lot of interest in the law, but I think it's important to highlight that all the focus on UNCLOS is also often a little bit misleading, because let's not forget that UNCLOS is not the only source of law. It's not the only source of norms. Conventions by the International Maritime Organizations, UNODC work, UN Security Council resolution, and so on, all shape the law of the sea. And that's quite important to keep in mind, rather than being always narrowly focused on UNCLOS. And I personally also think that it's a mistake to continue using this idea of UNCLOS as the constitution that would kind of like regulate everything. I rather think about UNCLOS as the major anchor of the law of the sea that we require, but not as a legal treaty that would answer all of our questions. Yeah. So it's important to see this broader legal structure and also broader normative structure of how we want to govern the ocean at work. And I leave it here and look forward to the questions.
Thank you, Christian. Now we can pass to questions. Yes, actually, we have only 5 minutes because we have to finish at 4:30. Because today, because of the strike, we have the last train. Everyone like to catch up the last train to the next destination, even if it is the home or whatever else. So we have to hurry up. Okay, please.
Yep. Question.
Say name and.
Albert Vidal, researcher at the International Institute for Strategic Studies. A question to any of the panelists. Professor Brugger mentioned the rise in maritime security threats, but then there was also I guess a rise or deepening of great power competition, which means that navies might need to get ready for high intensity warfare, which they could ignore for the past couple of decades, but now this is no longer the case. How do navies manage this? Can they still do their traditional maritime security tasks? Should they focus only on high intensity warfare? It's also an economic choice.
Let's get some questions and then have.
Vasco Konstantinos, PhD candidate in Pantheon University. First of all, I would like to thank all the speakers. So a very brief question about Great Sea Interconnector project between Israel, Cyprus, and Greece. Do we have any strategy about how to protect this project? If we don't, what the future strategy would look like, and what place will Turkey have in this architecture? Well, thank you very much.
Next. Please, come on. Q&A session. Yes, we have a question in the back.
Hi, my name is Nikki Skordili. I'm doing a PhD at Pantheon on hypersonic weapon systems. For us, space law has largely been inspired by the law of the sea. And actually, many parts of space law are based on the law of the sea. What I would like to ask is if you can foresee to what extent space technology and space law is going to influence maritime security.
Well, I think we go to the answers to the questions. First of all, Christian, would you like to be the first to answer the questions?
Wonderful, thank you so much. 3 brilliant questions. Let me start with or focus on the space question, because part of the argument about the new trends is exactly that space security and maritime security increasingly become interwoven. Firstly, the use of satellites, both for navigation but also for maritime surveillance, for detection. And the fact that this Chinese vessel was found, that's because a satellite was kind of like tracking all the AIS data, and that allowed them to identify the suspicious activity. That, however, also means that there's a cybersecurity link as well, because you now can attack shipping via satellites. There's a problem of spoofing of navigational signals, in particular the AIS system. There's a question of space garbage falling into the sea. And then my favorite one are actually the offshore spaceports that are now coming, which raise entirely new questions. So there's a number of countries, including Germany, now soon starting to launch rockets from offshore platforms. And that will even further increase that linkage between space and maritime security. And it is actually one of our 20 challenges that we outline in the report. And I think it will require a lot of work and efforts how to put that into the law, or how to even develop our thinking around it, where that is going to. Very quickly on the high intensity warfare question. The question is, what is going to be the war of the future? And the way it is looking for now is pretty much everything is going to happen, at least in the near future, in the gray zone, right? And that quite obviously means that we need to have sophisticated answers to these kind of challenges, both through global collective security norms and understandings, but then also through eloquent coordination mechanisms and good separations of labor between navies and coast guards and so on. So it would be a mistake now to assume, you know, that the only thing that navies should do is prepare for the next mega naval battle, because that security space is developing rapidly into a very different direction. That's at least kind of like our understanding of how to address this. Thank you so much.
Thank you too.
Yes, thanks. Just very briefly, I think like Christian covered the question with respect to space law and space opportunities when it comes to maritime security. Of course, there is the use of satellites, for example, which I addressed also. I think has to do a lot with the European Space Agency providing the tools. Also, there are treaties with respect to outer space treaty that have also relevance to our questions. And you know, I think that when it comes to the issue of how this could be integrating the law of the sea, I always believe that law is an one single entity, which actually we can read the law and we can interpret the law based on other relevant rules. Therefore, so we can use space law, questions to actually address also questions when it comes to the law of the sea. So I think there are many synergies in these two fields. Thank you.
Sophia, and you close.
Very quickly, I mean, I'm not aware of any particular strategy that Greece has in place to protect the infrastructure in the region. There may be something that is not published, but I don't think that Greece even has an official maritime security strategy, which I think is a problem. And also going back to the other question, the navies, including the Greek Navy and Coast Guard, will have to adjust to the new developments. And this means that they have to invest more in technologies, which is what I mentioned earlier, but they will also have to adjust and consider these threats that we call hybrid threats. I mean, threats at sea are not as they used to say, where you had enemies and they would attack you and you would respond on the basis of the rules on the use of force. Now you have to deal with shadow fleets. You have to deal with the instrumentalization of migration. You deal with other kinds of attacks at sea that you need to consider and be able to respond to them in a very different way than it used to be in the past. So things have changed, and the navies will have to change, including the Greek Navy and the Coast Guard. And I will stop here.
So now we came up to the end. I don't know if Afedouli, likes to make any, or Kostas, yes. First of all, we thank the organizers, the Institute of International Relations of Pantheon University for giving us the opportunity, and of course to have Kostas to make the closing remarks.
Well, thank you very much. This is a rather abrupt ending to a very successful two-day event, and there's not much to do but to express our gratitude to those who have been working hard to make it happen for the past 6 months or so, and those who worked very hard for it to be well-functioned event. So let me invite everybody, these staff and volunteers, so we can show our appreciation to them. Please, boys and girls. And of course, the indispensable Maria Deca, please. Well, a final round of applause to all those who contributed for it to be a memorable event in terms of quality. Thank you very much, guys. Until next year.